True North Convenience Stores, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
And the Guardians and Royals tied at 1, bottom of the ninth. Yesterday, that's when Brian Rocchio got to play the hero on a chilly afternoon in downtown Cleveland.
2 on, 1 out, 2-2 pitch. Into right field. Around third, here comes C.J. Capus. Throw to the plate. And the Guardians walk it off. Book it.
That Kersey Guardians TV, 2-1 the final. Stephen Kwan had tied the game with an RBI single in the bottom of the fifth. He reached base in all 12 games this season. Gavin Williams got the start, went 5 2/3 innings, allowed just 1 run, 1 hit, that being a homer in the top of the second. He would walk 5 and strike out 8. Juan Brito made his big league debut for the Guardians on Tuesday. The infielder called up from AAA Columbus when Gabriel Arias went on the injured list, strained left hamstring. Brito, who got the start at second base, doubled in his first major league at bat and later added a single, finishing the day 2 for 4. Browns began their offseason workout program on Tuesday in Berea. Players such as Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson arriving as they're expected to battle for the starting quarterback job. Absent on the first day of the voluntary program, as expected, Miles Garrett. This afternoon, we are going to hear from new head coach Todd Monken, 12:15 live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Cavaliers back to work tonight, going to entertain the Atlanta Hawks at Rocket Arena. Cavs have won 3 straight following Monday night's win down in Memphis. Evan Mobley had 24 points in the victory. Tonight's game could be a preview of the first round of the playoffs. Cavs currently 4th in the Eastern Conference. The Hawks right now at number 5. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baseball, basketball, and the Browns. It's why you need the afternoon drive. Weekdays starting at 2. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
1 out, 2-2 pitch. Into right field. Around third, here comes C.J. Capus. Throw to the plate. And the Guardians walk it off. Book it.
Dealing with this weather today and getting through this day, just mentally, how difficult is it just to play in this type of weather?
I mean, to be honest, that's my first game, like cold like this type of weather. I mean, I gotta be concentrated and be simple to get the job done.
That was a gutsy performance, I thought, by both he and Cameron. I mean, tough day to pitch, tough day to get feel, but I thought Gavin battled. I mean, the one hard hit ball, the home run. Outside of that, they couldn't really get anything going. Obviously, a few more walks than Gavin would have liked, but 1 run, 5 2/3, you can never ask for anything more than that.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. Good morning, Tone. Win of the year.
I was on the phone with Ken at the Fairview Library when Ken goes, yeah, we just won, walk off.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm walking off into the other room. They have all the different continents. I'm like, I'm off to Africa.
Lima and I
pick up my
I don't
kid.
know what's colder, Lima's attitude towards the Guardians or the weather.
Lima and I had a deep conversation yesterday right after the game. Because he's like, when are you finding time to watch all these games? And I go, it's just somehow the stars align you can ask Owen, over the last 3-4 years now, this is year 4, where, no one's going to believe it because all you guys do is talk. I know. Yeah, I know it. But the stars have aligned where I have watched more Guardians games, and plus I keep the record of it, so I mark it down because now I'm writing everything. I'm becoming Howard Hughes.
You have it on record.
Yes, I do.
I
got to record
website
it
for my records of the Guardians.
Well, I have to record it though. I have to record it in the book that I saw the game, and then I write down little things in the calendar of things that I noticed, like the game against the LA Dodgers. Okay, back on the first. There's little notes that I put in there. Yesterday, I wrote versus KC in parentheses cold weather. And then I added it because it's one thing. Because I'm like, well,
good note.
Is it a bigger win because it was 33 degrees out, which ties a record for coldest game in stadium history, Jacobs/Progressive Field, since 1994. So the stadium's been open for how long? And it's tied for one of the 2 coldest games yesterday in stadium history.
And I think, what was it? the day they didn't get it in and had to move it to the doubleheader, we had a record high.
Yes.
In temperature.
And
I tell you, Northeast Ohio, Kenny.
Stick around a few minutes.
That's right.
And Lima asked, he goes, how do you see all these games? And I go, honestly, I think it's just when my kids were born in 15, 16, 19. And when they're really little like yours, you're chasing them around. You're not really seeing things. And honestly, over the last few years, right before the pitch clock and then during the pitch clock, it's just changed. So, guys, I got to tell you, I'm probably, the Lima knows this, and Owen knows this. You guys don't, because we don't get around to talking a whole lot of Guardians during the year, to be honest with you, regretfully. I got to be watching as much baseball as any radio show host in Cleveland. I got to be watching as much baseball as any podcaster, with the exception of Justin Latta. That's about it. And I see them all. And yesterday, I got home, had a personal thing I had to go to yesterday down in Canton. And then I got back, and it's I'm hearing it. And then I got back, got to see it, and enjoyed the whole thing. And they win, and it's making it easier that they win games. And I have not been this in tune over these last 3 years since, before I graduated high school. I've not been this in tune over these last few years I have
Kenny
been since high school.
For whatever reason, the times, I've always said I love the 6 o'clock games. Now that I have 2 young kids, the operations of post-dinner into bath and bedtime, the games are too quick, and they are ending as bath and bedtime are ending now. And so I'm missing almost entire windows of games because of the dilemma of trying to deal with the kids. Mm-hmm. And I can't just...
It's tough.
I can't just punt. I can't punt this right to my wife.
For you yesterday.
Yeah, life gets in the way, but he had to go to the almost said hospital. He had to go to the library.
We could not stay at the house. We could not stay. The kids were at each other's throats, and the wife made a executive decision.
They had to read Berenstain Bears at the library, man. What else is he supposed to do?
Cleveland Guardians Smucker's Uncrustable Kids Clubhouse.
We'll be going there, and then again, not watching the game.
It looked like there were 15 people there. They were showing kids eating pizza in the stands, which was nice. I thought that was a cute thing. And then they won the game, and I'm thinking, boy, how cold is too cold for baseball? When it's October, you're fine because you're playing for something big. So you don't even notice if it's 36 degrees outside or something like that. But when it's April and you're just dying for some warm, a nice stretch of warm weather, and it's it's sunny out, but it's also 33 degrees out at first pitch. And it was 27 when I walked out to the garage yesterday, and I'm going, this is just ridiculous. And I'm just how many people, even though the weather was sunny, you bought your ticket, you got to go to the game, I guess, unless you just ate the cost, which a lot of people just ate the cost.
Wait. What was the announced attendance yesterday?
Just over 10,000, I think it was.
10,000 bought tickets.
Okay,
you don't have to go to the game.
How many of those are the monthly plan? Because if you have the monthly plan, and it's I can miss a game here or there, I can miss a couple of games. That's not a big deal when you have a monthly plan.
Counting every monthly plan?
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't you?
That seems like you're playing a little fast and loose with the details.
Oh, really? Teams don't play fast and loose with attendance since well before we were born?
That would be like Netflix saying, everybody watch the new show that we just produced. Everybody that belongs to Netflix, every subscriber. You couldn't say that. That wouldn't be accurate. You couldn't say everybody that gets the plan also is paid attendance. I don't think you can do that.
I think they do that. I think they do it. If you're surprised by this, I got a little story to tell you about WrestleMania 3, buddy boy. I don't know. I don't know what number you've heard.
I figured the monthly plan was very different from season ticket holders.
I thought it was the same.
No, that's not considered season tickets.
Well, not season tickets, but if you sold for the month, then that counts.
Because the season ticket...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a paid attendance.
Everybody with a season ticket is counted every game. If you depending on the partial, the quarter...
Sold, standing room is standing room. That's a fluid situation.
Maybe I should make a bigger deal about this just because, I went to a MAC school. We've been fudging the numbers about attendance for a very long period of time, so I just grew up in it.
Clearly there was some element of fudging yesterday because, again, what was the formally official announced number of attendance yesterday?
John said it before. It was
10,328.
Sounds good to me.
And the
Missed
people
it by about 10,000.
Somebody estimated. I saw people were trying to count. Of course, you never know who's
9,800
hanging out in the bowels having a bowl of chili. But somebody counted yesterday and said I counted real quick between the 4th and the 5th inning 526.
How are you counting 526 people? You're telling me you didn't count anybody twice? You telling me you didn't count anybody twice?
But you also figure you miss people twice.
There's people walking around, though.
For every person you count twice, there's another person you're like, well, I can't account for that guy. So it equals itself out.
But what I'm pointing out is that
I don't know how anyone could look at a crowd of people, large or small, and just get a number and put it out there, and then people believe that number.
unless you had the Rain Man with you, like that's the only way I could think that you would be able to just look at it and go 528. That's it.
1.3 million.
1.3 million people.
1.3 million.
1.3 million.
1.3 million.
1.3 million people show up.
1.3 million.
There's no way anybody could make a number up.
How many toothpicks are down there?
Should we bring you in for every game to make sure the official count is there? Today's going to be warmer, so there's going to be
It would be
people in the stadium. There will be over 1,000. I can guarantee you that.
It would actually be a great, amazing Kreskin bit. I just come in there and they show me throughout the inning. Oh, he's still monitoring. And then the announcers have to talk about, oh, he just took another swath of people into consideration.
Yeah. It'd be fun.
And then I deem it as such. That is the number we go with.
Well,
today.
you can't go because you have dad duty.
But I'll be at the Fairview Library or the Bay Village Library or the Avon Lake Library. Oh, and you have got a library to remember.
We've redone
Yes.
It's amazing. We used to just have a cutout of Zadrunas Ilgauskas there, but
And
now
that was
we have
it?
so much more.
I used to go when they were little. I would go to the Brook Park Library so many times. Yeah. Which I think that's probably going to be the 30-yard line
dome?
over at the new. No, I'm kidding. No, I think the library stayed.
The officials' locker room.
We used to go to the library all the time with him when Axel was a little kid. When he was really little.
We're all looking for free entertainment.
Yep.
Nature centers.
Oh, man, it
boom.
was fun. It was fun. And if you go, you can find some of the most. There is some dark subject matter in some of the children's books that you find. You go, oh boy. And then I go, well, he's playing with that weird fake truck thing. I'm going to read through this children's book. I go, this is pretty nice.
You're talking about Terry Pluto's book on the brain.
Lima has it. Can I share this?
I stumble into one of his readings.
Can I share this? Your opinion about children's books?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Because there are some children's books in those libraries that I'm like, well, this makes a difference. This could help.
Mm-hmm.
And then
there's 98% of the other books.
Lima has a pretty strong theory about children's books, which
I'll
let you say it.
Same thing for music. All the people that have made millions catering to children. Same thing with the authors. They're all failed in their other original.
They're not
their original
failed.
goals. They failed, and then they realized, let's cater to a group of people with an undiscerning taste.
They're not failed.
Kids have no idea if the plot line of this book actually makes sense and would pass muster with an English professor.
It does seem to be where,
or the critics.
I write a children's book and people are like, you wrote a children's book? Like, oh, yeah, I'm a published author. I wrote a children's book. Oh, Kenny, you did?
And now you can be.
And now I can be.
Just put some words out there and have some nice illustrations, and a kid will go, wow, that's great. How did they think of that?
I do want to ask you a question. So they beat the Dodgers. The Dodgers, I think, have lost 2 games this year and both to the Guardians.
Yeah.
Correct.
They don't want to see us come World Series.
I'm asking a question because now it's just like walking through a minefield. I got something to say about the Michigan thing yesterday, the fiasco yesterday later on in the show. Now it's just like walking through a minefield here with some of the opinions I've had over the last 3 weeks. This game was 33 degrees. The game against LA was warm. Seasonable weather. Everybody was able to play well. That's what it was. I thought for Gavin Williams to go from warm weather to 33 degrees and striking out 8. He gave up a home run that basically got forced out of the stadium. Other than that, everything was fantastic. Was this, they've only played 12 games, best win of the year so far? Because it was, I'm just saying, it was 30.
Of the 7?
Kansas City is not poop. Kansas City, I think, is going to be a pretty good team this year. I think a lot of people think that. It's cold outside. It is sunny, but it's really, really, really cold. To go from dry, hot weather to Seattle to warm weather to freezing-ass cold weather, 33 degrees, I think that's a huge test for Gavin Williams to pitch as well as he did, for everybody to play as well as they did, for them to not blink and win in the bottom of the ninth inning with Brian Rocchio setting it for everybody. I thought that was a pretty nice win. Do I dare say best win of the year so far? Do I take out the green Sharpie?
So over opening day, you had
Delotter.
Do
I take it out and do I circle it as win of the year so far?
Yeah, the second game of the doubleheader, they looked like they were going to get swept. And then they came through, and C.J. Kafis.
What do you say? Beating the Dodgers, still beating the Dodgers. So I'm asking a question.
Yeah, and then you obviously have the wins over a team that nobody expected. I think everybody thought we would just come back from that road trip with like 2 wins.
It's so cold. And I want to say, because it was so cold, you're the only team that beat the Dodgers. So the 2 wins against the Dodgers, I think, have to be the biggest wins so far.
Gavin struck out 10 in that game.
He did. Oh, he did. That's right. Okay, it's still
the Dodgers.
Still the wins over the Dodgers.
How about the fact?
You're right. Still the wins over back-to-back champs. Still the wins over the Dodgers.
How about that? They are 7-5.
Third biggest win of the 7 right there yesterday.
They
Boom.
are in first place in the division.
Power rank the wins.
There is only one team with less runs.
Who's that?
In Major League Baseball.
What? Who?
Let me make sure. Yes, that is the Cincinnati Reds, who also happen to be 8-3.
Hey, you know what?
What sense does any of this make with Ohio baseball?
The weather's cold here in Ohio. The bat's got to heat up. That's the way it goes, brother. Station to station baseball. Boom. The way it ought to be. Stephen Kwan knocking people in. Tito baseball. Stephen Vogt baseball. Something in the water here in Ohio. Do we want to get to Scotty in Concord? Do I have time? Scotty, what is up, my man, Scotty?
Good morning.
Is up, Scotty? What's up, my man?
Let the clip play, Scotty.
Scotty.
Start over.
What is up, Scotty? What's up, my man?
Go ahead, Scotty.
Hold on, Scotty.
First, I love that you're talking Gardos because they're so fun to watch right now. And there's a lot of excitement with the young guys coming up. But the reason I called is because Anthony was talking about children's book writers appear to be people who failed at other professions that just pander to a certain audience. I thought maybe that could parallel a certain profession that Anthony has also as sports talk guy, where you pander to a certain audience, where you just throw a firecracker out and let guys like me call in and rant about stuff.
Well, that's fair. See, there's a difference in he's getting a reaction. He's a reactionist, Scotty. Thank you for the call.
React to me now.
I have been known as a panderer just because I have a decent bedside manner, unlike you, where we've been accused. You're like Dr. House, and I come in and I'm like, hey, maybe, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and we'll be okay.
We have been accused, Kenny, of pandering to one team in particular.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yes.
And that, my friend, is a hell of a tease because the Cleveland Cavaliers, my friends, are tearing this radio station apart day by day. Some interesting clips for everybody involved, including Tone, as he steps back into Thunderdome next on The Fan. Peter.
interest and no payment for 24 months. Visit Pella.com for more info.
With the first pick.
The build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jason Lloyd, 8 o'clock. No, he's not going to talk about what everybody thinks. Well, we're going to have to ask him one question, obviously. But also, is it cowardly for the Cavs or smart for the Cavs to try to pick what opponent that they're going to take on in the postseason? The Cleveland Cavaliers are tearing this station apart, and I don't like it. I don't like that my name's been drug into it, personally. I've caused enough controversy here over the last day and a half, so which I'll get to later on.
By the way, a 50-win team that's been one of the most injured teams all year, you would think you would think in most years that would be like, wow, how did they overcome all those injuries?
I really got to tell you, I thought it'd be a 3 or 5 win Browns team that would bring everybody to blows. Apparently, it's a 50-win Cavs team that has people about to block each other on social media and lose my cell phone number and everything between shows right now. This is insane.
Quickly, I think maybe I shouldn't have to have great memory for this. Last year's Guardians team was kind of controversial the way we talked about them, because they were so bad to start out. They dug themselves into such a deep hole. And I do remember later in the year, after they erased the 15.5 games, and we celebrated that, and people were like, is that really something to celebrate? They got down 15.5 games. That should be part of the story. And I'm like, yeah, but we're the Guardians.
We're
not
giving up on a season. I mean,
we're not the Dodgers.
Well, but can I just say this real quick? Because I know you want to get to what Nick yelled about you yesterday. It was Owen who stopped us from burying it. This show, it was Owen, because it's like, well, you know what? You're going to look like a real ass if you say the season's over and they actually come back. And Owen was right about it, and thank God he saved me.
But similarly, do you remember earlier in the year, and we have the clips, where I was like, yeah, Cavs are the most disappointing team in basketball right now.
Yeah.
They were. When they were 17 and 15 or whatever.
The parallels there are 2 years ago, the Guardians started 40 and 20. It was such a hot start that the 30 and 30 start made that seem horrible, right? I mean, that's a big swing. Same thing with the Cavs. The Cavs started great 2 years ago, or last season, I'm sorry. This year, they started 17 and 16. They were 17 and 16, and even Kenny brought that up post-game the other day. To be a 50-win team after starting 17 and 16 is pretty impressive.
It's pretty damn good. And then going from that, see, I didn't think that was something to rip on for coming back from 15 down, because that's what baseball is. Baseball's like life. There are people who are down and out, and they build themselves back up. You get a second act, maybe a third act for some people.
There's a big difference between Detroit starting really hard and them coming back to you, and the Cavs starting with 17 wins and ending up in 50-win territory.
Exactly.
That's a big difference.
That's a great point. I mean, how many teams have we seen just give it up for the season when things don't start out well? Many, even in Cleveland,
and again,
regretfully.
while having the second most missed games. I have to keep throwing it in there. People hate us throwing that in there. So I don't know how you tell the story of the season without saying, yeah, Kenny Atkinson can never get his rotations down. And he even admitted it a week ago. It's like, it's not going to happen.
39 starting line.
For anybody who wasn't listening yesterday, because a lot of people had school off yesterday, what did you, before we play this clip and Nick's retort to you, what did you say yesterday? Because I basically we have the clip. Okay.
Here you go. You want to hear some yesterday?
Here it is. Go ahead.
Jason Tatum got injured last year in the postseason. We thought he'd be out the whole year. Or at the very least, we thought that he wasn't going to be healthy enough for us to see a fully formed Boston Celtics team. So before I saw him come back, it was me of the opinion that, hey, I think the Cavs are going to represent the Eastern Conference because I think the Cavs are the best team. And then Jason Tatum came back, and then I saw him play basketball, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do some rearranging. We now have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum again. And when those two are together, along with their stellar supporting cast that have played so well this year, I've got to now alter because I have new information. I'm not going to be stubborn. And so now I have to put the Boston Celtics ahead of the Cavs. With that said, I'm still pretty peachy that I think the Cavs have the second best opportunity in the Eastern Conference. And like I said yesterday, in the last 40 years, how many Cleveland sports teams have had the fourth best odds to win a championship 99% of the way through the season? I'm feeling pretty good about that. I hope that I was able to clarify things for Nick, and I hope I slowed things down enough so everybody could fully understand and interpret the things that were coming out of my mouth at a slower pace.
So obviously Nick heard it. I tried to lay out because I want peace between the two. Nick responded. Do you want to say anything before Nick's response?
No.
All right, here in the afternoon, they like led the show with it. Here is Nick's response.
Okay, where do you want to start?
Do we start with the benefit of new information, which is basically now an admission that Lima flip-flop? I hope that Jake put in how absolutely belittling Lima was today, saying that he was going to slow down his words for me.
Yeah.
Which, can I tell you, I laughed so hard at that.
That can hurt.
When Lima did that. I think people expected me to get mad. No. It was incredibly over-the-top sarcastic, and I ate it up and laughed my ass off.
No,
Also,
you're being too nice now.
It also helped.
Yeah,
it did help.
You're
He talked
being too
slower.
nice. Yeah, you're being too nice in the exchange.
It helped. No, it helped slow. When he slowed it down,
I didn't sign up for a compliment
it
fest.
really made him sound like a coward.
I will say, as someone who has heard it on the other end of, let me slow my words down for you, it can be very belittling, make you feel really bad about yourself when you do that. So
I want to hear. So there's more to this. I want to hear where the coward part says. So I've flip-flopped because I at one point had the Cavs as the best team. Now I have them as the second best team. He's right. I did flip-flop. Go ahead.
I want to hear Anthony Lima actually have the stones to go on record and say, I, Anthony Lima, do not think the Cavs can beat the Celtics in the playoffs.
That's not true. He doesn't believe that. He's not going to say that because he doesn't believe that. Does he think that the Cavs have the best chance against the Celtics instead of other teams?
There's just a huge difference between losing to the Celtics in the second round as opposed to losing to the Celtics in the third round.
You're acting as if it's just a foregone conclusion that we would give the Celtics the win in that series. That's not a foregone conclusion.
No, as a matter of fact,
what you're asking him to do is say, you're asking him to give up. You're asking him to concede a series that hasn't been played.
No, he's conceding it by running from them and constantly talking about these shadow games to play.
But it's just trying to give yourself the best
only way we can get to the Eastern Conference Finals is if we just avoid Boston. Have some balls.
No, it's just easy. Make life easier for yourself. This is making your life easier.
No.
Hawks into then the second round not being Boston makes life easier.
Yeah, but no, that's not the only reason anyone's doing it. They're doing it so you can say you got out of the second round of the playoffs.
It's why we're doing it. You're trying to make your life easier and then go to the Eastern Conference Finals. That is part of the point.
Yes, because you don't think you can beat the Celtics. Why won't you people admit this?
I like Peterlin's thought on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say this.
That's all I'm going to say.
I think it's pretty logical. I think we'd have a much better shot to beat the Celtics if the Celtics made it to the third round, which they didn't do last year, which I brought up yesterday. And I didn't hear Nick respond to my point about the Pacers getting a chance to avoid the Celtics throughout because, maybe the Knicks matched up well against them better. And maybe that's the case this year too. But I absolutely do think the Cavs would have a better shot to beat Boston in the third round than the second. Why would you say? And I kind of explained it yesterday. Because this Cavs team needs more time to play together. They need more opportunities to battle through adversity, all those things that they haven't had a chance to since they got James Harden. And yet they've still won a ton of games. So I do think that's part of this. I think it's smarter. And I do hope my professional sports teams are smarter. Yes, I think Boston is the better team. Fanta, they had John Fanta call in.
35, I think
he said 35%. I'd say it's probably in that range. Yeah, they're Boston.
Well, you've been pretty strong. So can we go 40%?
Sure.
I mean, they're going to be the favorite team, but 60-40, I think that's fair.
Yeah, Boston would have home court advantage.
I don't understand why we have to plant flags right now.
Well, but so I want to get into that.
Go ahead.
The thing about this gigantic flip-flop, and now I'm a coward because I at one point had the Cavs number one, and now I have them a distant number two, I guess. That makes me the biggest flip-flopper ever. Like, what would you want your meteorologist to say? From a week before a big tornado, for a day before a tornado, or a week before saying, I think the media is running a little wild with this tornado stuff. And now I'm on record, and I've got my meteorological seal, and so I have to stand by that. And I'm the trusted guy here in town, and I've got my weather degree from, what is it, Mississippi State? They all get their weather degree
Mississippi State, yep.
And I have to stand by it, no matter what. And then a day before, I'm like, oh no, I have to now tell people that they have to get into the assumed position. And all the kids in school have to get over into the closet and get into that position that we practice. You know what? No. I'm sticking to my guns. No tornado. No tornado. I don't want Nick Wilson to label me a flip-flopper.
That's right.
Even though I have the benefit of new information and I've got the Doppler.
You're right.
And now I see These clouds, they're starting to form into cells.
If you don't change it, you're going to end up like Jonas with the thing going through them and then them going up into the tornado.
I have to stick to my guns. No, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not going to flip-flop.
Listen, you're right.
I don't want to be called a coward.
Right is right, guys. Right is right. I agree with you because there is such a thing as, and I have accused you, benefit of new information, flip-flopping, things like that, on things that I think you were being a slippery wizard on. However, when it comes to this, I don't know what's going to happen in the postseason. I get 2 rounds to win, obviously. You got to win, but also for guys to play together with James Harden. That time is still going to be crucial. And I don't know what's going to happen with Boston. God forbid, I don't want it to go this way because you don't want to wish anything. What if Jaylen Brown goes down? What if Jason Tatum goes down again? What if one of those pieces like a Derek, somebody goes down that help Peyton Pritchard helps your chances? I think it's very silly to let the concrete dry on this before we get to a postseason. I think what the Cavs are doing, it doesn't instill a lot of confidence, so I can understand to a degree, and I think that there's way more people who agree with Nick than you and I want to recognize. I can understand where people are like, well, I want to feel tough. I've been that way before. I'm not that way. I've learned my lesson. These are big games. They need the experience. They need to get through the postseason, and you want to play the best team as late as possible. I think it's just common sense.
I guess I know we got to go, Owen. I guess what my final point on this is, this all started because I dared to be excited about a Cavs playoff run where the team now looks different. The team has a different feel because of James Harden, who's been unbelievable. And I wondered, Nick was, planting his flag that he didn't think it was a good trade, and that's fine. We can all debate about whether that is, because these things are going to be judged come playoff time, and Nick could very well be right. If they lost in the first round, holy cow. If they lost in the second round to not the Boston Celtics or something like that, then yes, by all means, he should be parading around the opinions and the tape. My thing is, the people that are going to be going to these playoff games, and they're going to have the Cavs T-shirt, underneath their seat, and then they put it on. Should we all act like we're going into a slaughter? Because that's kind of how it feels with Nick. Like, I thought the playoffs were supposed to be fun. Nick is going in more like, no, I want to be proven right that I don't think the Cavs are good.
Well, I don't want to go crazy.
That's not how I want to treat the playoffs.
I agree with you. Let me just throw it out there, everybody. We got 5 minutes before we come back. 216-474-0092. Do you think it's cowardly that we are agreeing with the Cavs? Do you think it's cowardly of the Cavs, and do you want to call us cowards for wanting them to pick and choose their spots, to wait as long as they can to take on the Boston Celtics?
Which they haven't done.
Do you believe that's cowardly of them and of us?
The Cavs have not done that yet. All they've done is win games. So they have not jockeyed for position yet. Tonight they have the opportunity to, because they played the Atlanta Hawks, and they could just sit everybody and then secure that spot. Which I think is what they're going to do.
This team's motto was all in, and here it is, just tearing us apart. 216-474-0092. Us, Jason, that was Justin. Termine, that coming up at 8:40. I want to ask you, do you think we're cowards? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan.
families through their hardest moments, standing strong when it matters most. When you're hurt in a car, you call KNR.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Are we cowards? 216-474-0092. Are Anthony and I and the Cleveland Cavaliers, are we cowards? I don't think so. I think it's smart. I learned my lesson in 2017 with the Guardians, formerly the Indians. I learned my lesson then against the Yankees. It was a hard lesson to learn, one of the toughest days I've ever spent on the air, which also I'm going to be apologizing and learning a lesson coming up at 7:22 this morning with a certain part of the fan base as well. So that's something to look forward to.
So Kenny's going to flip-flop? Beware.
Well, all I'm going to say is I consider myself and think of myself as a man of faith. And there's a drive into deep left field by Castellanos. That coming up at 7:22 this morning. I just, we've had it out, and I just think it's smart basketball. I think it's a smart way to do it. This is a team that's had to go in multiple directions this year, either because of injuries or because of a great big trade with James Harden. Now, before I get to the phones here, 216-474-0092. Owen does disagree with us slightly. Go ahead.
My only problem with all this is, and I agree with you, let's not get to them until the Eastern Conference Finals if we can set that up in that direction. And Lima, you're right. You brought it up yesterday. The Pacers, they didn't lose to the Celtics at all. In fact, they never even faced them. They didn't have to, right? Because Tatum got injured and they were done before.
And is anybody calling the Pacer fans, if they were trying to avoid them, cowards?
Right. And I'm sure they probably
they call
were
them
trying.
Eastern Conference champs.
Sure everyone in the East for the last 5 years has tried to avoid the Celtics for as long as they can, right? Because as we saw when we played them in the second round, they beat us in the second round. It was a gentleman's sweep, I think.
Yep.
But we did this that same year. They didn't play that last game. It was Fan Appreciation Day, and we kind of got up in arms because they tried to get to Orlando, and then the Orlando series was much tougher than everyone believed. And I remember at that time people going, well, they're a better team. Paolo Banchero's great, right? And he was really good. But then people started getting on the Cavs for, trying to play the Magic. Well, that was the best road at the time. So to me, the only problem I have with it is between now and whenever the Celtics come, you cannot back off of being a hard-charging backer of the Cleveland Cavaliers because it is what you wanted, right? To get to where you don't face the Celtics until the Eastern Conference Finals, you have to be all in on them. You have to be. You can't ever say, well, this series is tougher than I thought it was going to be because no, it's what you wanted.
Well, listen,
it's what you wanted. It's what you asked for. And if you get what you wanted, you can't complain about what you got.
You're right. I 100% agree. And the Hawks do present some challenges. Now, I have to take a step back and say, guys, the Cavs in a series against the Hawks will have 4 of the best 5 players in the series, and that's being charitable. So that's being conservative. So I'm not going to act like we should be scared of the Hawks. But, hey, things can go south in a series. We're Cleveland fans. We know that. The series that you thought you would win, that is why I get excited about the NBA playoffs. That's why I love the NBA playoffs, is that we see more of these upsets than we used to when I was younger. When I was younger, it was just always seemed like chalk every single time. So I look forward to that. I do embrace that. And, yeah, if James Harden and Donovan Mitchell lose to the Atlanta Hawks, I mean, I can't wait to hear Nick. I can't wait to hear everybody because it's going to be all-time embarrassment. And get ready because jobs are absolutely going to be on the line. And they will pivot from this course so fast. They should.
First off, this Cavs conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea that ask you to please enjoy Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly. Second of all, if they lose to the Atlanta Hawks and they lose to Jalen Johnson, which none of you could think of off the top of your head, that you were probably thinking Jaren Jackson or something like that, if they lose to them, it's not going to be because of the arrogance of Anthony and Ken and other Cavs fans out there. If they lose to them, it will be DEFCON 1. Absolutely will be DEFCON 1. Owen is right. I'll get what I want. I'll accept what I want.
if they lose before the Eastern Conference Finals to the Boston Celtics, if that's the way that
it's a tragedy.
Right. And it needs to be split up because I was one that wanted to do it for years, and you kept telling me, well, on paper, we're the best team on paper. And going into this season, we're the best team on paper. And they did. That's why I'm back in on the Cavs, because they went and got Harden. They made a change. They got away from same old, got rid of Darius Garland and brought in Harden to try something differently. But you agree that if something happens between now and the Eastern Conference Finals, it's time to start moving on from some of these.
So it would be undeniably flawed.
Well, wait a second. You're saying if they lost to Boston in the second round, or no? If they lost to anybody?
Yeah, I think even if they lose to Boston.
I have to hedge a little bit.
Boston's Boston.
I have to see how it looks. Like if they're in a war with Boston, it goes 7 games. I don't think that means you have to break everything up.
No. I don't either.
I have to see how it looks.
But why? Because we'll do that later.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get to Dan in Amherst. I want to see if he thinks we're cowards. Hello, Dan.
Well, whether you're cowards or not, I'm all in on a Cavs.
Just tell him, Dan.
I think
Call me a coward, Dan. I like it. Come on.
Here's the deal. I'm all in on the Cavs. I got my own little war going here. My wife's from Hampton Beach, New Hampshire, so she grew up with the Celtics and Patriots. So I got my own little war going on here. I think the longer Harden plays with Mitchell and the rest of the crew, Mobley and them, then I think they're going to get better. I mean, Tatum coming back and playing with Brown, I mean, it's like muscle memory somewhat, but he's still got to get, battle tested yet. And so, cowards are not.
Appreciate that. I'm sure he does too, and I'll talk to him. I'll text him again.
No, just give him Bull's number, and then they can reacquaint themselves.
Yeah, that's good.
There you go. 216-474-0092. That's our number. All right, coming up at 8 o'clock this morning.
I really miss Thor Tolo. It's been so long.
Ilkin and Barrasso are still the best. It's still the standard. Jason Lloyd at 8 o'clock. 8:40, Justin Termine. You want to get drunk again and call the program director at 93.7 and start yelling at him again?
We haven't done that in so long.
Haven't done it in years. Coming up at 8:40, Justin Termine going to join us on the show. Speaking of not saying what you mean to say what you mean to say when it comes to whether you want Miles Garrett there or not. Lima says there's a lot of hemming and hawing going on. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on the absolutely positively free Odyssey app. And make sure you're listening at 9. We got a team giveaway for the Fan Mock Draft, 9 a.m. on the Fan.
not up there with the Celtics. They're not up there with the Cavs. They live in this other level where I think the Knicks live in as well. You're a top 10 team in the NBA. That's still a good team. You don't stink. You don't stink.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Lima says, say what you need to say. Say what you mean and say it with your chest. Jason Lloyd's going to say coming up at 8 o'clock. I want to ask him whether it's smart or cowardly for the Cavs to try to pick their next opponent for the postseason, how they're trying to finagle the entire schedule. Bud Albert-Breer was on Afternoon Drive yesterday, and Lima said maybe he was dancing around it. The whole station's dancing around it. Fans are dancing around it. Did you accuse even Albert of dancing around it? The Miles Garrett situation here?
I accused myself.
You accused yourself.
Because you know what happened? I heard everybody in town of repute. I heard them talk and dance around the Miles Garrett thing and all say the same thing, which is something I said, and then I'm like, oh, I was about to yell and call them cowards. No, I need to call myself a coward.
Well, dance around what?
Okay, so Miles Garrett not there.
I didn't dance around a damn thing.
So Miles Garrett not there at, is it OTAs? What is it yesterday?
Voluntary workouts.
Okay. So he doesn't have to be there. He's not going to get fined. The coaches all say the same thing. No, he doesn't have to be here, whatever, when asked about it.
Uh-huh.
It is important to note, did all 3 of the Browns quarterbacks on the roster attend the voluntary minicamps?
I have no idea. I wish I could. They're voluntary workouts, Tony.
Yeah. The workouts, sorry.
Yeah, they're working
just
out.
workouts.
And going to meetings.
Voluntarily.
They're lifting, they're going to meetings.
I thought I saw they were all there. Either way, Miles Garrett, it was the first chance to kind of get in with the new coaches and all of that. And he wasn't there. And I said yesterday, I'm like, look, it's not going to bother Miles Garrett. Miles could show up at halftime of the first game and still win the game for them.
Indeed.
That's how good Miles Garrett is. And I don't think even to some extent, the defense, I don't think all of a sudden the defense is going to be bad because Miles Garrett wasn't at any of that. But then I also said, hey, wouldn't the fans love it if Miles Garrett showed up? Yes. Wouldn't the coaches praise him if he showed up? Of course they would.
Okay.
Wouldn't the fan base all sit there and say he's bought into Todd Monken? Yes. Wouldn't the rest of the guys on the team and the coaches, wouldn't they all be doing the kumbaya thing if he was there? And then if your answer is yes to all those questions, which they would be, then why didn't I just come out and say what I thought? Which, there's a missed opportunity. Miles should have been there.
You can say that, but I don't feel that way.
Okay.
I'm not dancing around anything. I'm not tiptoeing around anything. You want to play the Albert-Breer for everybody first? All right, here's Albert-Breer yesterday, Afternoon Drive on Miles Garrett not being at now you got me doing it. Voluntary workouts.
I just think with the quarterback, there's symbolism to it. There's also functionality to it where if your quarterback just shows up on day one of OTAs and he didn't go through all the meetings in the month plus prior to that, is there a chance that the quarterback is holding everybody back? Yeah, sure there is. Do I think Miles Garrett's going to be holding anybody back if he takes a week or two off during the portion of the offseason program that's just lifting and meetings? No. So, I mean, would it be nice to have him in-house? Of course. You'd love to have everybody you can have in-house, especially your leaders. I'd pay more attention if he doesn't show up at the beginning of OTAs because for people who don't know, like basically the way this goes is you've got steps over the course of the next few weeks where the first 2 weeks is phase one, which is basically just lifting, running, and meeting. And then after that, you start to work in where you can go out in the field and you can do stuff, but you can't do team stuff. And then you can do on-field stuff, but the offense can't be facing a defense. And then, when you get to OTAs, you can actually start to do 11-on-11 work, and I think that's when it really starts to matter. So, at this point, I don't think it's the most important thing in the world that they're there. But, over the course of the next 6 or 7 weeks, it'll become, I think more important to what they're trying to accomplish that the key guys are in now.
Listen, there's specific rules in the CBA. There's voluntary and there's mandatory. And if it's voluntary, he's been a guy who I think showed up to one voluntary, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
At the beginning of it. Now he feels that is no longer his priority. I don't think he's sending any messages by not coming to the voluntary workouts because he's never really came to the voluntary workouts. He's been a Brown for 10 years. There's been 1 year he's come to the voluntary workouts. So, no, I feel the same way I did 5 years ago. I feel the same way I did 9 years ago. if we're doing it. I don't need to tiptoe around anything. It does not matter to me that he's not there. It does matter to me that the quarterbacks are there. Like, I do want to know today in media availability if all 3 QBs have been there. Especially the 2 in particular.
Who are the leaders of this football team?
The leaders of the football team are usually your quarterbacks, and I understand he's the best player on the football team, and you want him to be a leader on your football team. But I do not think that any of those guys that are on that team, I mean, we went over this yesterday. Aiden Huntington is a guy who certainly considers him a leader. He worked out with him all offseason last year for a chance to make this roster. So I don't think that this is any sort of a lack of leadership from Miles Garrett.
You would not have praised him had he been there and talked about how good this might be for the team.
I would have been a bit surprised, and I would have asked, why is he there, and what does this mean for his football team? Did he feel he needed it?
You thought that would be a negative?
No.
If he would have been there?
No, that's not what I'm doing. I want to know, does he feel he needs to have a bigger role because it's Mike Rutenberg, who's 44, looks like he's 30, but as a younger guy than Jim Schwartz, does he feel he needs to be there to work with Mike Rutenberg of some level? Like, that's the questions I would ask. Not it's a negative about the coaching staff, but I don't believe, and I'll say it as loud as I can, I don't think it's a big deal. If you think it's a big deal, tell everybody why you think it's such a big damn deal.
I do think you're lying to the people if...
I'm lying?
Let me finish the sentence. I think you'd be lying if you would act like Ken Carman would not have said, is this a sign that Miles Garrett's bought in completely to Todd Monken and he have showed up yesterday? We would have been playing the Michael Stanley.
We played Michael Stanley.
Yesterday was sarcasm.
I was in sarcasm.
I wasn't sarcastic.
It would have been a real...
I fired it and I was.
It would have been an authentic thing. Also... You know, we only brought it up yesterday. We weren't even going to bring it up. So that's maybe I'm calling myself out on it. Maybe I'm the coward that Nick thinks I am. But I didn't bring it up yesterday until I saw the news that Lamar Jackson was there. And that's why Albert Breer starts the clip mentioning quarterbacks.
Quarterback. His contract is up again.
But what don't we have right now? We don't have a quarterback. We don't have an official quarterback.
Okay.
We don't have a QB1.
But that's on the QBs. It's up to... Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. I got to stop you right there. We have quarterbacks. We have 2 guys that we're not really sure about. One guy who people don't even want to see, who you're paying $46 million here. You have quarterbacks. You're supposed to have quarterbacks. So that's on them. Sure. That's on the Browns. That's on either one of those guys who either can't take the reins or refuse to take the reins. That's on them. You have QBs.
You don't believe in a quarterback of the defense.
It's supposed to be Deshaun
or
Watson.
anything like that.
I think that your quarterback, your defense has been other people at times. I think it's Carson Schlesinger at voluntary workouts.
I think if there would have been pictures floating around, I know we're all the rage right now of photographs and coaches, but if there were photographs of Todd Monken and the new defensive coordinator along with Miles Garrett all together, I think people would get the chills, they'd get the goosebumps, and it would allow everybody. And you know, another side of this is if the Browns made the playoffs, won 11 games, worst to first, and all of that, you know for a fact somebody in a press conference at the end of the year would be like, you know, Miles was there that first day, and that was symbolic.
Maybe.
And almost more than symbolic.
Maybe.
And so that's all I'm saying let's not act like we wouldn't have gone nuts over the news yesterday that Miles Garrett would have been there.
I would not have, okay? And maybe I'm lying to myself, okay? Maybe you guys are all rolling your eyes in your cars.
216-474-0092 or use the coming in hot function on your Odyssey app. Would Ken Carman have
leave a message, bud.
Would Ken Carman have gone nuts in a good way? Would his positivity and optimism not be brimming? Would he not say that Browns might win more games than I previously thought they would? Had Miles Garrett have been there yesterday? Because we know you can. Come on.
How would I said they were going to win games than I previously thought they would just because he shows up?
Oh, you don't think Ken Carman would find a way to give the Browns?
Let me ask you this.
What's he paid to do? All it took was having a radio show the day before.
What's he paid to do?
All it would have taken was the Ken Carman to have a microphone 3 days before the season starts for the Browns to have more wins on his
paid to do.
What was it the day before that Friday, and what was it that Friday?
4. I'm going to ask 4 times.
And it went up to 7 wins.
What is he supposed to do?
It was 9 wins.
What is he supposed to do?
Wait, the mic's still open, 11 wins.
This isn't 3 days before the season starts, okay? This is effing April. So let me ask you for the 5th time. What is he paid to do? What is he paid to do? What is Miles Garrett paid to do, Anthony? Get sacks. I'll answer the question for you since you're not paying attention. You're just looking at everybody who wants to line up and agree with you and call me an idiot. So I'll go ahead and say it. Does it mean one more sack? Is he going to get one more sack? Could he had 25 sacks last year had he shown up the voluntary workouts?
What's Lamar Jackson paid to do? What's Lamar Jackson paid to do? Answer the question, Kenny. What's Lamar Jackson?
He's supposed to be
not paid to go to minicamp.
He's the quarterback of the football team.
He's not paid to go to voluntary minicamp.
This is apples and oranges, you ass.
What's that?
It is the quarterback of the football team.
I'm just using your own. I'm just using your own argument against you.
You can say what you want to about Miles. Has Miles ever? I don't know if he's ever publicly done. Yeah, Lima's getting his confirmation now online. Great.
Here we go.
We're doing a show for everybody listening, not for the people online.
Ken Carman would have absolutely marked it as an offseason win.
You are not understanding what I'm saying.
Ken Carman have done that?
I haven't kept off-season wins and losses in years, by the way. Thank you very much. The second thing is that one-place quarterback who famously was public against his own head coach and against his own offensive coordinator. Miles, for everything that we've had, I know he wanted a trade, and that can't bode well for your head coach, but he's never really called out his head coach or certainly his defensive coordinator very publicly. I'm running out of breath here. I'm so agitated at you. It's never been a big damn deal. They pay the guy to get sacks.
I just think Ken would have been excited if Miles was there yesterday.
Maybe I would have been a little bit more excited, but it would have made a damn bit of difference how many sacks he's going to have this year.
Well, Lamar Jackson thinks it would have made a difference for him to show up, and he showed up finally.
Because Lamar Jackson's trying to show everybody, because he's the quarterback of the football team, which means he's the franchise, that he approves of the firing of John Harbaugh and of the entire staff before. That's what he's trying to show everybody.
Okay, so Miles Garrett doesn't want to try to show that? He's got a new defensive coordinator,
Again,
too.
how did Aiden Huntington make the team? He's a good football player, and he also worked out with Miles Garrett and all those other good football players. So don't tell me Miles Garrett isn't doing anything to help out this football team.
So I guess nobody should have showed up yesterday.
It's ridiculous.
Doesn't matter. Ken Carman doesn't think it matters.
I didn't say nobody.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't say it doesn't matter for Miles Garrett.
They're all paid to win games once the season starts. You know they never win games once the season starts.
If everybody else on the defense has 23 sacks or double-digit interceptions, then I'll say it's not a big deal for them. Until then, I guess it's get your ass to the voluntary workout.
The guys that were there yesterday seem to think it mattered.
Is Lima saying the quiet part out loud? Because I am in a full-on shoot. I can't believe we're making a big damn... This is 2016 radio. Was he on the team in 16?
No.
This is 2018 radio. That's what this is. 216-474-0092.
I bet you Ken didn't think it was a big deal back then, and then they went 1-31. Be nice to have guys show up. That's all with the new coaching staff. A bunch of first-time coaches. That would have been nice.
All right. Is Lima right or am I right? You guys know the number. Call it up. Also, I was going to apologize about something. Now I'm too fired up about it. So I was going to do it. Now I'm mad at you. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan.
All right, the young...
players like Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson arriving as expected. They're going to be fighting for the starting quarterback job. Absent as expected was Miles Garrett. This afternoon we will hear from new head coach Todd Monken, 12:15 live right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
I was going to discuss something else. Now I'm going to full-on shoot. 216-474-0092. Can't believe we're discussing it. You want to discuss it? You start it. Go ahead. You think it's a big deal? Tell everybody you think it's a big deal.
No,
I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be a part of this. I've caught so much hell over the last few weeks over stupid things that I've said. I was going to apologize for a stupid thing that I said at 7:20, and then you ruined it. So I want if you're going to say it, you want to say it, you say it. I'm not going to be a part of that.
Can I have a point in your favor and a point against you?
Ooh,
Which one would you like first?
Point against.
You absolutely would be celebrating yesterday had Miles Garrett been there. We would have done Michael Stanley for real. It would have been very loud. There would have been a video about it. If for you to say otherwise is, I've been on the show 10 years and it would have been something totally different. That would have been the first time that you would have been like, I don't care if he's there.
Okay,
now
what's the point against? Or what point for?
The point for you is they're in phase 1 of voluntary workouts, right? Which is 2 weeks limited to strength and conditioning activities or dead ball activities. Only strength and conditioning coaches are allowed on the field. Then it goes on to some other stuff, but it explains dead ball explanation. And this is from the NFLPA. Dead ball explanation is QBs can throw to receivers with no coverage. Kickers and punters can kick, but players cannot field the ball. No snappers, no holders. Long snappers can snap into a net, and defensive players may not catch balls at all, regardless of who's throwing to them.
So he's standing around.
What if you're Travis
Hunter? So he wouldn't have been doing anything other than going to the gym.
Yeah, he would have been lifting.
You can do at any Gold's or Planet Fitness or anywhere.
He would have been lifting and going to meetings.
To a different place than that.
He would have been lifting, going to Venice Beach.
Well, I don't even know that they can have meetings.
Oh, you can't have meetings? I thought you could have meetings.
Like,
are they even allowed to look at each other?
I think they have to do it all through. They write down on one piece of paper, they leave the room, the other person comes in and reads it.
Well, I got to give it up to J.C. Treader and the Players Union. They have a lot of rules that they have collectively bargained and negotiated.
Morse code. Okay.
Yeah, as I said,
all right,
the big deal thing, do I think it's the end of the world? No, all I'm saying is I think it would be, in a way, like a symbolic gesture. The holy cow, Miles never comes to this stuff, and in fact, that would have definitely juiced the anti-Stefanski stuff. Like if all of a sudden the guy that's been rolling his eyes during the victory speeches from Kevin Stefanski, like if all of a sudden he showed up and embraced Todd Monken.
But it wouldn't have been a Stefanski thing. That's not how it would have been spun. It would have been a Jim Schwartz thing.
Ooh,
and we've went through this whole offseason saying, well, Miles was a Jim Schwartz guy. They were all backing him. Miles said it publicly at the Pro Bowl. So did Denzel Ward. They were backing
That's
Jim
true.
Schwartz.
Okay.
That's true, Kenny. And would it have been a knighting of Rutenberg as the new defensive coordinator? Like,
he'd be rootin', tootin', fresh and Rutenberg at that point.
I got mad. That's the best name ever. It needs to be given more airtime, and it will when the season starts and the defense is good. If the defense isn't good, I'm going to ignore it. We're going to act like you never said it. Okay. Now that I'm still in a shoot, but I'm not as angry as I was 10 minutes ago. I will admit I would have made a big deal about him being there. All right, fair. I'm an excitable boy. You guys know me. I would have made a big deal. However, Owen is right. He'd be just standing around, Anthony. So it would have made a big difference to him because, guys, like this is what it is. Like I could sit here and go, "Ooh, Miles." Like this is the type of silly stuff you guys would roll your eyes against when it came to the T.J. Watt, Miles Garrett arguments before Miles Garrett just beat him and that was it. Is we used to hear from Steelers fans go, T.J. Watt's better against the run, as if they're paid to be good against the run. Oh, he's better against this. No, we pay for. Well, the Browns pay for sacks, and they pay for sacks are the big name because it's what you're paid for hurrying up the quarterback, getting the quarterback in his head, and getting sacks, creating opportunities by being so fast. So there's a lot of guys there. They're there for FaceTime. Miles is not there for FaceTime. He doesn't need FaceTime. He ain't going anywhere. The general manager of the football team, every time he's asked, says he's a career Brown. Says he ain't going anywhere. He's finishing his career as a Cleveland Brown. So Miles is like, I ain't going anywhere, and that means I don't have to go to voluntary workouts standing around. He doesn't have to do it. A guy like Aiden Huntington, like I had said, maybe Aiden Huntington should probably go to the voluntary workouts, okay? That's where he's at. If he were a quarterback of the football team, maybe I'd feel different. Maybe I would. But he's the quarterback of the football team, or he's not the quarterback of the football team, so I don't feel different. I don't think it's a big deal. I didn't think it was a big deal last year or the year before that.
I just know that over the course of not only this show, the station, and not just you, everybody, and I'm not going to put you in this category, but there are always people out there in Browns fandom that will defend, because it's their team, they'll defend everything the organization does and everything all the players do. And I will be told by everybody that this doesn't matter. And then we'll go to the next thing. That doesn't matter. And then whether it's, things that are happening in the organization or the pecking order or the hierarchy, and I'll say, well, this is not really how that team does it. And this is how I'll talk about the teams in the division that always finish ahead of us. And every step of the way I will be told, not a big deal, not a big deal, not a big deal. And then every step of the way the Browns are last place in the division. And I'm like, well, something has to be a big deal. All these little things that aren't a big deal have to add up to something being a big deal, or it would just be a curse. That's the only other explanation as how the Browns end up being in last place so often, and we haven't actually won the division since 1989. Something has to matter. We can't pinpoint the things that actually matter, but something has to matter.
I think some of that stuff. I want you to check the messenger, by the way, real quick, if you can. Just give me a yes or no on that before I say anything out loud. I think there's a series of certain things that matter to a lot of guys, to a lot of teams. But we do this with the combine. Like, to me, the 40-yard dash does not matter in terms of how fast they run the 40. To me, it's how much are you willing to prepare? How much we know that this is a big deal. This is on television. Fans write it down. When they talk about draft, how fast your 40 was. When a guy runs an exceedingly fast 40 for his size, we always bring that up. But it's really a test of how much you're willing to work. Miles, we know. I think we all trust Miles by now that he's putting in the work. Do we not?
Yeah, of course.
So it is important for a lot of other guys. It's just not that important for Miles, is how I feel about it.
Well, and they are allowed to have team meetings. Position group meetings. And Keith brought this up to us, but Stefanski would say it is, of course, voluntary, but they can't really start their installs of things until, players are all there, because you can't install especially if you're the defense, you can't go, this is the defense. We just don't have the best player that could be on the field right now with us.
Yeah, none of this impacts. Here's one way I will totally corroborate everything that Ken is saying. At no point do I think this makes Miles start to slip in terms of his personal prowess.
This is more about the Cleveland Browns than it is.
I think it's more about all those. Look, they're going to continue to be, and after this draft too, they're going to continue to be younger and younger and younger and younger as they phase out all the guys that from our first Super Bowl window that they are. There's even less guys there now. Njoku's gone. Have we heard anything about Petonio? Teller's gone.
Take all the time you want.
They're going to get younger and younger. And so those guys,
That's another thing I don't care about. It ain't my money. Don't give a damn.
I think it helps them to have Miles Garrett there every step of the way. That's all.
Okay, go ahead and check that if you can. 216-474-0092. So I didn't plan on doing this now because I was upset. Well, let me get to Adam in Dayton here. Adam, you're first up on the fan. Hello.
Hey, Ken. Hey, Tony. I don't think it's a big deal at all. I agree with Ken on this. The thing that I would go back to, if he's only going to be lifting weights and everything, and he's never been there, we don't need it doesn't matter. And you got to think of it, they're getting ready to draft players in about 2 weeks. None of those players who would probably maybe benefit being around a professional organization are even going to be there for any of this. So I don't need my 10-year future Hall of Fame, Defensive Player of the Year to show up on essentially time that he's off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not that it wouldn't be welcome. It's like this is I can't believe we are actually all having this conversation right now.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it is. But
it's
again,
that time of year.
Adam, it is a conversation in Baltimore. They are loving that Lamar Jackson showed up. It was a talking point all day yesterday in Baltimore.
If you were so public in getting your coach fired, I mean, you heard what he said after the last game of the season. I mean, he threw Harbaugh under the bus.
How did Miles feel about Kevin Stefanski?
But he wasn't very public about all that stuff. I understand that there were certainly some quieter things about it, but he wasn't public. So it matters, and especially it matters with a quarterback. Adam knows that.
But, yeah, so, like, with our quarterbacks or the people that we have who are going to, you know, be challenging for that position, they have no credibility built up with fans. If Shedeur Sanders was not there, we all hope he would be the guy who's going to take over. And, you know, if he's going to be good, the fear is he's just not going to be the quarterback of the future. But if Shedeur wasn't there, we would be hounding on him. If Deshaun wasn't there, I mean, I don't think anybody cares, but they have to do everything they can because they are not successful at their position in the league anymore. So they have to do everything they can to put themselves in the best place. When you've been the best defensive player and arguably one of the best defensive players of all time, I don't care if you don't show up to a voluntary workout.
Exactly.
If he misses OTAs, now we're, you know, on DEFCON 4.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Well, if he misses OTA, and thank you for the call, Adam. Now I got to check the CBA. I got to get out the papers
They
and
don't say
one of
anything
my
about DEFCONs in the CBA.
My manila folders. Well, it's like I wrote this down. Like Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence demanded a trade. Now we've been down that road before. Just because you demand a trade doesn't mean nothing. So Dexter Lawrence demanded a trade. He ain't showing up to voluntary workouts. Devon A. Chain, I think, is up for a contract. He didn't show up to voluntary workouts. You know, these are negotiation tactics there because it's the only things that you can stay away from that's not going to cost you money.
It's one of your levers to pull.
If I'm not mistaken, OTAs may cost you money. I know training camp costs you money. Training camp's $50,000 a day. But, you know, the players and how terrible that union is, they never see the forest for the trees, so they wanted to do certain things, and so they went ahead and they agreed to being fined $50,000 a day with one of their greatest bargaining chips, which was staying out of training camp, for crying out loud. But regardless, that's another conversation for another day. Those situations are different. Again, Miles is here his entire life until the Browns deem it okay to trade him, and then he deems it okay, the team that they trade him to, because that's how ironclad the contract is. So to me, it's a non-starter.
But I also think that's part of it. If Miles showed up the very first chance he had the opportunity to, and it was different from his routine in years past, I think there would be some people that would go, oh, maybe he really will be a Brown. Maybe he really is fully supportive of everything here because he's never come to this before. Now all of a sudden he's coming. Now maybe that juices up some of the fans' expectations of Miles actually finishing his career in a. You look for all the little things. You know, we always are connecting the dots.
But
in the world when it comes to Miles,
I also think that he doesn't play quarterback, and he's just in a different spot than where a lot of guys are. And it's difficult for us. I mean, the team has won 5 games and 3 games over the last couple of years, and they have not been a very successful franchise. But Miles is the player on our football team that is, I mean, let's call it what it is. He's of a different standing. Like, if this were baseball, he'd already be gone. He'd be with the Yankees, right?
Oh, yeah.
With the exception of Jose, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
If this was the NBA, we'd be arguing whether or not he needs a bigger city, a bigger market for whatever his needs are, a lot of other players, right? But he's in the NFL. You could pay him the most. He stayed here. And so he is a big fish in a small pond. So he may have obligations that he has for any manners of business that he wants to do that may go into this. And he goes, voluntary is voluntary. I'm working out every day at whatever time he's working out. Voluntary means voluntary. Until my job specifies me to be there, I'm gonna take care of my personal business.
Do you think
and I think everybody else respects that.
Do you think if he would have been traded to, say, what was it, the Eagles? Who are the teams that we always talk about?
Eagles,
the Lions. The Lions.
Bears, oh my.
If he were traded to one of those teams, do you think he would have been there the first chance?
No.
Wow.
I don't. Hand to God.
And do you think that would have been a storyline in those cities?
Yes.
100%.
And I would have said, get used to it, boys.
So you couldn't say, how can we be talking about this? I can't believe we're talking about this.
8 o'clock, Jason Lloyd going to join us on the show. There is something that people are tweeting at us. There's a situation. We're talking a lot about Todd Monken. There's a situation with another head coach in the NFL out there right now. 9:20 is when we will discuss it, okay? 9:20. I know I've seen your social media messages, which are brought to you by
Shibe & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
And we will get to it coming up at 9:20, okay? Other coaches from the area, 9:20 this morning. Coming up in 5 minutes, the biggest win of the year, maybe third biggest win of the year. And we got to monitor a situation in another city where Lima said I was actually going to move to at one point. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, about last night in 5 on the Fan.
embarrassing. We got to be better on defense.
It won't matter till April. I think we know that. Y'all gonna write us off. We could go 82-0. No one would care.
He's a piece of crap. The kid, he sucks. He's sucked his whole career.
I got rumors about him. How he couldn't please his wife, so now he's divorced.
Put a damn winning team on the field.
Now the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima give their thoughts on what you might have missed about last night.
Giannis to the Cavs? Well, we've been talking about it over the last couple of weeks or so. An article was published yesterday by ESPN. Shams Charania and Jamal Colley are talking about how Giannis's relationship with the Bucks has deteriorated over the last year or so. They talk about his trade, what they were going to do at the deadline this year. They did try to trade Giannis for Evan Mobley. How do you think Giannis would mesh with this current Cavs core, and how do you think they would utilize him?
You're doing this with a week to go in the season when I'm excited about the playoff run, and you're trying to divide my team and break them.
It's not
break
dividing
them apart.
the team. I think you just need to ask the question. Don't act like you're. Well, you just need to make the statement. Don't act like you're not monitoring it. You're monitoring it.
Yeah, of course.
And that's fair to monitor situations, seeing how bad they could be. Of course, I heard that the Knicks are the only team that he would have considered at one point. Mark Stein had written that, so. Are we just shouting into the wind? You better be careful what you're saying about Evan Mobley before you got to take it all back.
Yeah, that's the thing about this is you got to be very careful once guys' names start coming out, and that happened with Darius. 2 straight years, and there were some Cavs fans who they were hiding under the blanket going, no, they're not never going to trade Darius. And it's like, there were rumors, and those rumors just didn't start. Once those rumors happened, how do you think Darius felt about those rumors? Probably was annoyed. Like, I was 2-time All-Star, and I was playing at an All-NBA level till later in the season last year. My name is being bandied about. So you do have to be careful about that, always, when you talk about potential trade targets.
When Lima wanted me traded for that host up in Milwaukee, I was really pissed at him.
That got back to Ken. There's no doubt.
Got back to me. Then they wanted to make a crazy offer, and I said, no, my home's right here.
What do you think?
Mark Tausch. It's going to be Tausch and Lima.
What about Zabin, who doesn't even live there but hosted it?
Still would have been Zabin and Lima in the morning.
So how crazy would it be if at one of these Milwaukee Cavs games, say this Giannis thing doesn't happen in the offseason but could happen before the deadline next year, that your owners, Jimmy Haslam and Dan
Miles
Gilbert,
Garrett?
are sitting together, and Miles, are sitting together at a game talking. The conclusions we would jump to, folks.
I mean, it's happened before. Dave Gettleman and John Dorsey. Yep. So, go ahead, John.
The Akron Zips are their spring game is going to be closed to the public. They haven't made a bowl game since 2017, but they were talking about how the changing landscape of college football. Obviously, they don't want to get people poaching their players in the transfer portal. Because they're having a closed spring game, could they be a team to watch out for in the MAC in 2027? Or 2026, I guess it'll be.
Well, they won 5 games last year. I think that you're wondering why it's a closed spring game. I was actually invited to this closed spring game.
Really?
Can't go.
Congratulations on all your success.
You're too busy watching Guardians games. You don't have time.
Well, that is true.
Gotta get 'em in.
But I also will be at a different spring game, so you understand.
Will you come back with gear?
I don't know. I can't.
Congratulations on all your success.
Beggars can't be choosers. Spring games are spring games, man. I love a spring game. I'm a sucker for a great spring game, and I'm going out to that one. I might try to attend an Akron. I can't believe I'm going horse because I yelled at Lima over Miles Garrett earlier. I can't believe you've done this to me. I can't believe you've done this to me.
Now, didn't you just want him to be here so that none of that would have happened?
No. I stand by my words. My horsed words.
It's been too cold at the ballparks across the first couple of weeks of Major League Baseball. The Twins announced 12,500 fans, and it could have been more than 2,000. The Guardians were sparsely attended as well. Here's my solution. You do what college baseball has been doing for decades, and you start your season in the South, and you don't really come up till mid-April. There are enough southern cities where you can just play there for the first 2 weeks, and you have your home opener maybe April 17th. I think that's what the MLB should do.
No, God, no.
You don't think so?
You want to send a team? Do you think the Atlanta Braves would be happy being on the road for the entire month of September?
You don't have to do it that way. You could just have 3. You have 9-game homestands, 9-game road trips. You'd be absolutely able to figure it out. Teams come home for a stretch of 3 games all the time. And then you could also do something where you go to like Puerto Rico or the Dominican, where you have an opening series like you've done in Australia.
We're just going to farm all our games out all over the world.
Or you just deal with it because you want people to go to your ballpark and you want them to have a taste. I mean, we're the wrong people to ask this question to, John. I know you're a baseball guy. We're the wrong people to ask because we were saying, like at the beginning of the year, it sucks. They go out to spring training. They're in a different time zone. It's all thrown off. And then they start the season at 10 o'clock at night in Seattle.
They still played later in the season. Kent State played a home game March 29th.
Yeah. They still come back and play.
It was later than when they played, if we're doing that.
So weather's weather.
I got a question.
Today it's going to be 50-something degrees at first.
The home opener was great weather.
Yes.
The day after was even better until it rained.
You take your chances.
So this will probably infuriate the Guardians' first people. Now you're going to have that dome coming up in a few years.
Oh, really?
Could you work out something?
They're not a softball.
Well,
That's
you
what
can't
Minnesota
because
does.
they're putting the fans closer to the field than ever before, and that's not big enough. For
Does the
Put the
Minnesota
netting
The
up.
University of Minnesota will play in U.S. Bank Stadium for the first couple games of the
Does
year.
their baseball team play? They do?
Yes.
Okay, they do. Because I know softball teams will play indoor. Like, they'll play on football fields because of the wet grass and things like that. It can fit.
They have
I didn't know.
200-foot fences, too.
Yeah, I don't know if it can
would
fit.
you be mad if you were? I understand the logistics and the players having to get used to another stadium, although you'd be used to it. The other teams coming in wouldn't over time. But if you were a fan and you were told, day of, hey, we're moving the game down to Brook Park, how'd you feel about that?
How much do I got to park?
It's 35 degrees.
Do I get my money? Have I already parked? Do I get my $70 back if I park?
You have to buy a PSL for the football team.
Kabali said to me, by the way, for the draft, he said that they're charging like $500 for the draft to park. I don't know if that's real, but Kabali tweeted it at me, so I don't know. I'm like, that can't be real.
The NFL's not going to do them any favors. They're just going to assume the fans will come from all over. They took off the day of school.
Well, they're saying at Pittsburgh there could be a problem because the Penguins could be hosting postseason hockey at that same time of the draft going on, so it could be a madhouse. I'm thinking the officials of the city of Pittsburgh had to be thinking like there could be other events going on other than the draft. The draft is a sea of humanity. Which I do think when we get the stadium built, we will have the draft again at least. We better have the draft again at least.
You should get a redo.
We got really hosed on the first one because it was during COVID, so we should get a redo on it.
I got to see MGK and his 32 guitars.
Can't be $500. He had to be telling tall tales. $500 to park that's outrageous. $100 is a lot, but you could go $20 out of your buddies each and be fine.
I didn't think anybody could park on that side of the rivers anyway. I thought everybody had to walk over the bridges to get over there to where the field.
Yeah, but I watched that Batman movie, and that's dangerous. What they're doing to the bridges.
Yeah,
and the field.
Yeah, got to be careful. Is that it for About Last Night?
That's it for About Last Night.
Outstanding, John Boy. Coming up at 8:40 this morning, Justin Termine going to join us on the show. What the hell is the identity of the Cavs? What the hell is the identity of the rest of these teams, to be honest with you? Coming up in 5 minutes, Jason Lloyd, senior columnist from The Athletic. Is it smart or cowardly for the Cavs to pick their opponent? And I'm going to ask about two guys who happen to be under center for the Cleveland Browns, or in shotgun, depending on how the offense goes with Todd Monken. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, live on The Fan. Extend Technologies in Broadview Heights Beach.
Segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m.
Just say that last line real quick. Say it real quick.
Vivid memories of what again, Ken, when you were younger in your home?
Stop!
What was the visual?
That's why I would never do that as a father. I'm just telling you right now. It never happened. You guys can have all your naked parent theories all you guys want to air on the news. I ain't dealing with it. There you go. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we have a team giveaway for the fan mock draft. Jason Lloyd joins us on the show right now. He's from The Athletic. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Right hotline. Jason, good morning.
I never know what I'm walking into with you guys.
I'll tell you what, it is pretty horrific. I'll tell you about it at another time. I'll get to the Cavs first here, basically because I want to wait to start screaming at you. I almost lost my voice earlier today, so I'm kind of trying to take it easy here. Is it smart or cowardly for the Cavs to try to pick their opponent for the postseason here?
Oh boy, I think this is. I would actually lean more toward cowardly, but I understand why. Because
whoa, tone.
I saw what Lima said, and there's a lot of truth to what Lima said yesterday. I saw the clip. This isn't black or white to me because, number one, would those teams in 16, 17, and 18 been trying to navigate and maneuver around and pick their opponent, be scared to play certain teams at certain times? No, of course not. So that's the part to me that's like, just go win a championship. You're trying to win a championship. You got a team good enough. Go win a championship. The flip side of that is there's a lot riding on there's a lot at stake this summer. And if they lose in the second round again, I don't know what that does to the plans of re-signing Donovan and everything else. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is more complicated than a normal. Like, this is different than a couple years ago when I thought that they tried to steer their way to Orlando, which I did not like that either. But I also understood it, like, they're trying to take another step. They're trying to go one step further in the playoffs. So normally I would say, like, this, just play the games, win the games, fall where you fall, and go play who you play. And because I just think it sends a bad message to the locker room that you don't believe in these guys. And also the part nobody's talking about, what's Detroit think about all this? Because they're the number one seed. They're pretty freaking good. They lost their best player. They kept rolling. Like, I don't think the second round is going to be easy regardless of who it is. So that's just another layer to this whole thing. So I get what Lime is saying. You're right in terms of, like, the timing of the injuries. You never know what guys are going to look like and everything. I just don't love the message it sends to the locker room because they know what you're doing. If you've got a team good enough to go win a championship, go win a championship. It doesn't matter who you play when.
Can I look at it and say you guys are a bunch of I mean, we're dealing with veterans here. James Harden's been in the league for over 10 years. So is Donovan. It'd be like, hey, we just got you guys together. It's not smart to go out and try to play Boston in the first round when we still have we've dealt with injuries. We still need to gel this thing. Like, can't we all be? Does everything have to be a personal affront? Does everything have to be motivation, or can we look at this and be practical about it?
Well, it would be the second round, not the first.
Well, regardless, you got what I'm saying.
Well, but I still just think like Donovan sort of addressed it the other day. He's like, you screw with the basketball gods, and I tend to agree with him on that. Not that I have a belief in basketball gods, but I know what he's saying. It's the karma of it, or the juju of it, or whatever you want to call it. I think when you are a playoff, like, there's a big difference between being a playoff contender and being a championship contender. A few years ago, the Cavs were probably more playoff contender than they were championship contender. Now they are championship contenders. So I just feel like it doesn't send the right message to the locker room when you start manipulating this stuff. Just go win the games. Doesn't matter who you play when.
I didn't realize George Mikan's going to make sure we can't get to the Eastern Conference Finals because we're messing with the whole
gods. Yeah,
gods.
Well, I would say this, Jason. Like, I don't even really disagree with everything you said. I do think that they have to live in a reality of, they've had these early-ish flameouts in the past. It's why they made the Garland move, too, because they couldn't count on Garland to be healthy or whatever, or play well in the playoffs. So now they've got Harden. I do think they're confident when their core is together, and the numbers support it, when their new core four are together. They're one of the best teams in the league. The problem is they just haven't been together. And I would argue that these next few games, especially given how they've limped into the playoffs in the past, and Donovan has limped into the playoffs, like he's already got banged up again. Like, I think it makes all the sense in the world to just sit guys tonight, which I think they will do, not just because you want to orchestrate a cleaner path, but because the only thing that matters is health into the playoffs, because if they don't have health into the playoffs, it's all a moot point anyway.
And I agree with all that. That's what I'm saying. This is so complicated. This isn't as simple as you're ducking teams and you're not. There's more layers to it. And I think the biggest one of all of them is this team cannot lose in the second round again. Like, it would be catastrophic for this team to lose in the second round again, because that's been their ceiling for so long. So catastrophic is probably dramatic. But just because of everything that's at stake and the contract decisions that have to be made this summer and everything else, this team really, it would behoove them to make the conference finals. So I understand. I get it. I get all sides of it. I just think that this is far more nuanced and complicated than, do you duck this team or do you play? Like, I just think there's far more to it than that.
Jason Lloyd with us right now on the hotline. So what do you think about this team if I'm able to tell you that they will have all their pieces and parts starting in round one in a couple of weeks? Let's say it's against Atlanta. How do you feel genuinely about this team's chances to make a run?
Genuinely, I believe this team can win the East. I don't know that I would pick them to win a championship. I just think the West is too good. But can they win the East? 100%. Absolutely, this team can win the East. I think it's foolish to think otherwise. Now, it could also go the other way. I could see it going the other way relatively easily. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would pick them to beat Boston in the series, but it won't shock me if they do. I don't know if that's a cop-out answer, but I would probably pick Boston to beat them. But I won't be at all surprised if the Cavs win that series. I would pick them to beat every other team in the East, I think. I'd pick them to beat Detroit. I'd pick them to beat – after everything I just said about Detroit, I'd still pick the Cavs to beat Detroit. I'd pick them to beat the Knicks. I think Boston's probably the only one. So, yeah, I think absolutely. This team's really, really good. When they're healthy and they're whole and they're rolling, they're really good. And I know Kenny kind of came down on them for their defensive efforts a couple weeks ago. And the one thing, I've said this for a couple of years, when they were elite defensively, I kind of hung on this, that you don't have to be elite. You just can't be terrible. You can't be worse. It's far more important to be able to score in the playoffs than to stop. And I there's probably other people that will disagree with me on that. And again, I'm not saying you can't be atrocious defensively. You can just be middle of the pack, and that's okay. That's good enough. You don't have to be a top 2 or 3 defensive team to win in the NBA, to win a championship in the NBA. But you certainly have to be able to score. So I think that they've addressed a lot of what their flaws were from earlier in this run, in this window, if you will. So yeah, I absolutely think this team can go to the finals.
Jason Lloyd joining us on the show. Lima's got one more about.
Yeah, I just want to ask how you felt about the Harden deal before, and now that you've seen him here for a month, have you changed your view at all?
No, because it took me about 10 seconds at first of like, what? And then, like, the more I thought about it, the more I dug on it, the more I was like, yeah, actually, I really, really like this. So the thing that I guess that has been a pleasant surprise, I didn't know first of all, I didn't know how Harden and Donovan would fit together. I thought that may take time for them to sort of figure things out because they play such different styles, and I think that's gone better than I thought that it would. And the Harden-Mobley pick-and-roll combination has been way better than I thought it would. I think everybody said Jarrett's going to have the time of his life playing with Harden, and that was accurate. But Evan was not as good of a screener, and the way that those two have sort of turned the corner on this thing the last few weeks has been a pleasant surprise. So I was never down on the trade. I always liked it because you just couldn't – you said earlier, you couldn't count on Darius. You just can't count on him. And for as much as they've talked over the years of what a long runway this contention window was, well, they were running out of runway, and they had to get this thing off the ground. They had to get the plane off the ground, and they did that with the Harden deal.
If this damn thing would work. Miles Garrett is not at voluntary workouts. Is that a big deal or not a big deal?
No, I'm tired of talking about that. We've talked about that for years. I've made my stance clear on that. I ain't doing it again. I was like, well, of course he's not there. So you think he's suddenly going to be there?
Well, this is why I'm hoarse this morning. I didn't think it was a big deal, and I ended up yelling at Lima.
Well, I mean, of course you'd rather have him there than not have him there. But we've gone round and round about this.
Well, wait a second. You can't come on and act like you're indignant over the question and then go, well, of course he should be there.
Yeah, no kidding. He is right.
Should. I didn't say should. I said you'd rather have him there than not. But I'm tired of having the Miles and OTAs discussion. We have it every single year. It is.
Why do you want to mess with tradition?
It ain't gonna tradition unlike any other. It ain't gonna change. Move on.
All right.
It is what it is.
April 8th, right now, who would you start at quarterback?
Not Deshaun. I've been. I've been consistent on that. Like, listen, I knew you were going to get me on this quarterback thing. I told you yesterday. I texted you yesterday. You're going to make me talk about these freaking quarterbacks again.
Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah. I want to see your mentions. I want to see you get cussed out.
Well, then you tell me what they are, because I don't even look at them. When I've been consistent on this from the start, I see no upside in playing Deshaun. None. Zero. Why? Okay, he goes out and looks moderately decent again. You're going to sign him to another extension? God, I hope not. So what are you doing? Like, you guys know where I am with Shedeur, but if you're making me pick between Shedeur and Deshaun, it's no contest. There's no comparison, because I just don't see any upside to playing Deshaun unless Shedeur is unless it's not like unless like Shedeur just looks so awful that you can't trust him to go out on the field. I don't see why you would not play him. And I don't think either one of them is a long-term answer. I can't believe that the Browns are in this position that they're choosing between these guys. But regardless, here we are. You got to pick somebody.
Well, this is galaxy brain for me. Like, I'm going to ask you a galaxy brain question here. Like, okay, Todd says he liked him, right? Okay. I'm going to hold him by his word.
Yeah.
Todd said he liked him. What if Todd
who are you talking about?
Monken.
Okay. No, yeah, I know Todd.
Oh, Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
Sorry. It is important. So Todd said he liked Shedeur Sanders. Is there a possibility he felt that Shedeur was thrust into a situation unjustifiably in a position he'd rather not be in, and then goes, listen, you were thrown out there too soon. It's a different offense. We're going to start the veteran and have you be the guy who gets a breather. And then I'm sure everybody's going to want to see Shedeur again, because I don't have much faith in Deshaun Watson. And so maybe he becomes I don't want to say hero, but he becomes the guy that everybody wants to see again in this case. It is galaxy brain. I'm saying that at the beginning and end of it as I ask you.
Can I answer a question with a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would we be having any of these discussions if they didn't win their last two games and they were about to take Fernando Mendoza?
No, they would just take Fernando Mendoza.
And they would just play Mendoza, and that would be that.
Would they? Because they just signed Kirk Cousins in Oakland, Las Vegas. So they might not start him week one.
So you think they would start Deshaun over Mendoza?
No, you're right.
So you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I hear you. Like, okay, they might play a veteran for a few weeks. They may not. Like, Mendoza may just win the job, and they start in week one, and now you've got a viable backup in case something happens to him. And you've got – because I also think like the Cousins signing isn't necessarily to play week one. It's for the locker room and for show them how to be a pro and watching film, all that stuff. I just think, like, had the Browns had the number one pick, we would not be having this discussion of who's the week one starter. It'd be Fernando Mendoza. And whether that's an indictment on how they truly feel about Shedeur or whatever, that they're entertaining this idea of bringing Deshaun back, we'll wait and see. But listen, Shedeur didn't play last year because he wasn't ready to play last year. That's why. And people aren't going to like that, and people can hate that or whatever. That's the reason. And so I don't think that he was done wrong or anything like that. If Deshaun starts this year, I absolutely think Shedeur's still going to play. These are the Browns. How often do they ever go the entire year playing one quarterback? It's very, very rare. But I would flip it and say, would we even be talking about this had they had the number one pick and they were taking Fernando Mendoza? And I think the answer is no. We would not be entertaining any of these conversations.
All right. What do you got?
Jason, anything changed in terms of how you feel about this draft as we're getting closer and there are more rumors floating around?
No, I was in Phoenix last week for the owners' meetings, and I just got the impression that, like, it's just not a great draft, top to bottom. It's just not. Like, listen, there's good players there. Like, nobody was talking about Carson Schlesinger a year ago at this time, and look what they found. And that's sort of, I think, what Andrew Berry's up against now is he's got to find the right players again. But, like, from conversations I was having, you could punch holes in all of the linemen, you could punch holes in all of the receivers. Like, I don't think that there's a Joe Thomas in this draft to go take when you're talking about tackles or linemen or anything like that. I don't think that there's an elite number one playmaker, no doubt about it, run to the podium and write his name on the card receiver. So, obviously I think I've sort of advocated the trade down all along. I just don't know how much of a market is for that pick right now. So I think they got the work cut out for him in this draft. That's not to say they're not going to get good players. Like, there's a ton of holes on this offense. You can get good players. You can address the needs. I just don't know that there's elite level talent on the offensive side of the ball with what they need.
Jason, I know you were in Scottsdale. We got to go, but did you get a chance to get down to Sedona for all those great views?
No comment. Nice try.
Jason, thank you for the time.
Comment.
All the best to you and yours. We'll talk to you again soon, hopefully.
I'll see you guys.
Goodbye. Jason Lloyd on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
It's 2 hours, I guess.
Justin Termine joins us at 8:40 this morning. 9:20, we might talk about Sedona. Coming up next are Anthony and me and the Cavs, a bunch of cowards. And, obviously, I got to go with what Jason just said about those quarterbacks. Got to do it. Ken Carman, Tone Master General, live on The Fan. April 8th, right now, who would you start at quarterback?
Not Deshaun. I've been. I've been consistent on that. Like, listen, I knew you were going to get me on this quarterback thing. I told you yesterday. I texted you yesterday. You're going to make me talk about freaking quarterbacks again.
Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah. I want to see your mentions. I want to see you get cussed out.
Well, then you tell me what they are, because I don't even look at them.
Speaking of getting cussed out, I got to apologize for some at 9:40. I was going to do it at 7:20, but then I had to wear my voice out yelling at Lima over Miles Garrett. That was Jason Lloyd just with us moments ago about the Browns quarterback situation. Hey, real quick, Connor Griffin, 9 years, $140 million. We thinking about Chase Delotter still? What are we doing here? Real quick.
How many games has he played?
Hate to throw this in here. Chase Delotter's played less than 12 because he hasn't played he hadn't played in every game so far. Connor Griffin's only played in a handful, right? Connor Griffin did not start the season with the Pirates. He started the season in Indianapolis and waited for the first home series, and then he started the season. Then he started with the Pirates. Delotter started the season with the Guardians. So 9 years, 140 for Connor Griffin. Shortstop, we went to a Delotter.
Yeah, I am not signing him to a massive deal right now. No.
Delotter, no?
Yeah, I am not doing that.
Why? What's your problem?
Because there's going to be nothing more debilitating to the Guardians than inking an injury.
That's not debilitating to the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I'm talking about us. Inking an injury-prone player to that kind of a deal a handful of games into his career. I just think they will not be able to regroup from a deal like that under their current economics.
9 years at 140? What's that average out to? I got my phone. I don't know how to.
15.
And where would that be?
$15 million?
I mean, it's.
Okay. So you're saying it's not a massive. I'm saying a massive
9
deal.
years at 140 is $15.5 million a year.
Okay, sorry. I when you started talking about it, first of all, I didn't know who you were talking about.
Connor Griffin, the Pirates new shortstop.
What sport are we talking?
I threw it in on you. I'm sorry. I went from the Browns. I wanted to get it in real quick because Jeff had just announced it. I know they had talked about it.
No. Okay. So that I'm fine with. I'm talking about if it were a deal where we were talking like $30 million a year for Chase Delotter right now, like no chance. I can't.
No, that's why you do this when you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can do it for 15 because it's a huge deal for him, and it's in the grand scheme of if everything works out. You save so much money.
Would you listen to 7 for 100? 7 years, $100 million bucks?
Do it. I'll do
What's
it
that average out to a year?
I don't know.
Ain't my money. It's sad I have to look this up. 14.2.
Yep,
14.3.
There you go.
There you go.
Sign the deal. Let's go.
It's just a question to ask. Maybe put it on a poll. Maybe I'll put it on a poll during next week.
I do think it'll shift the dynamics of the clubhouse a little bit, though.
Ooh. Damn it, now you got me all right, table this. I want to bring this back later because that's a hell of a thought there. Also at 9:20, we will talk about another NFL coach that's not named Todd Monken, who very interesting offseason for that guy. Anyway, all right, you heard what he said about the shot. See, it's weird. Jason's known as a hater of Shedeur Sanders, but he also knows, like, we're in this odd bubble where fans just do not want to see the guy that they gave up 3. It is April. A lot of things happen. Let me ask you this. If they put him out there, what are you thinking? Are you like disgusted at the idea that they would go back to Deshaun Watson? I know that that's strong words.
Disgusted's not the term. I would think it'd be a big failure out of Shedeur if they would even approach something like that. Because obviously, for me, Deshaun's been out of sight, out of mind. So if we get to the point where they're ramping up and getting people on board for Deshaun Watson again, I'd be like, man, that's probably it for Shedeur. Like he didn't seize hold of this. For whatever reason, he did not make up ground. Because part of it is, if we were talking about Shedeur versus Deshaun from 4 years ago, the guy that came to the Browns, who was in his athletic prime. Mentally, we didn't know where he was. We could only speculate. But he was in his athletic prime. Then that would make more sense. We have seen how many surgeries since we've obtained Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
So that would basically, to me, mean, man, one of the few teams that were in on Shedeur at all, the Cleveland Browns, they're out on him.
So you would be done with him if he were the backup?
I would just, yeah.
Really?
I would just, he'll play, but I would just assume that it's probably,
I'm telling you, man.
We're just counting down the games to the draft next year.
I think I keep going back with it. I don't believe that Kevin had it in for him. I know that that's going to draw a lot of emails and stuff. You know how Lima and I feel about that. I think he was thrust into a position that he probably wasn't ready for, certainly with the Baltimore Ravens. That's part of the reason. I know Kenny's a fanboy of his dad and all that other stuff. That's part of the reason why I kind of handle it differently. You know, I'm trying not to beat up on Dylan Gabriel too much for the same reasons. Like, man, this is a bad situation for you. Maybe it shouldn't have been the case. But when it comes to Shedeur, it was the situation of, man, you got thrown out there against a good football team, talented football team. I know that they did not get to their expectations. But as a talented football team, you get thrown out there. I wouldn't be surprised if another offensive coach looked at it and goes, whoa, too much too soon.
Oh,
maybe you just need to take a breather here.
This is what Brady Quinn was saying yesterday to us, basically.
Yes, and so it's opened my mind to it where if they were to announce Deshaun Watson as the starter, I don't think I'm going to be falling over myself with anger and vitriol. Now, I know that I'm not. I think I might be the only one here at the station who would feel that way. Like, Nick has made it an open threat. You go ahead and you start that guy and you see what happens on this show from 2 to 7. Like, he's going to go crazy. He's going to lose his mind. I think you would be disappointed. I would be disappointed. Certainly I'd be disappointed. I'd like to see Shedeur Sanders because I'm moving on. I think that the fan base is ready to move on, and all he does is remind us of what could have been. Deshaun Watson, forget any of the other stuff that we talked about as much as we can. Let's leave it down to this. Deshaun Watson reminds us of a wasted era of really good Browns football players. This team has been good before. They have had talent. I know that's hard to hear, but you know they've had talent. We wouldn't have been putting up Joel Bitonio honorary things that had not been good. Nick Chubb, you feel like they wasted his time. You have Miles Garrett. I mean, good God, we talk about him all the time. You feel like he was wasted his time. It is a bygone era. I wouldn't like it, but that doesn't mean I'd give up on Shedeur. I'd say, let's see how this guy does. I don't have much faith in him, and maybe Shedeur does it where he learns as the backup, the premier backup. He's getting ready as best he can every week to go in, and then maybe he gets the reins for this year.
But then what would
Shedeur, turn it, and that might be me trying to talk myself into things, but that's how I would take it.
But you don't think that would be the beginning of the end for Shedeur in Cleveland anyway? Because it
might be, because if Deshaun Watson goes out there and plays decently well, then you're going to give your team the best chance to win. You're not going to play Shedeur.
But
so
even if Watson played terrible and then they yanked him and Shedeur would come in week 6? Now we've run out of time. We're running out of time for him because
it's the same thing we thought this year, except the quarterback class ended up being terrible.
Basically,
so it gave another year.
The whole city would want us tanking anyway, because now Shedeur couldn't win the starting job against this terrible quarterback who then proceeds to go 1-5. Our season's over, and now we're going to be salivating over Arch or whoever. So I think that would be the end for Shedeur in Cleveland.
Jason Lloyd said it was cowardly for the Cavs to pick their opponent. Said he could see why we're called cowards for picking that opponent. Well, Justin Termine, he's never minced words. SiriusXM NBA today on SiriusXM NBA TV. We'll see if he thinks we on the Cavs are cowards. Coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan.
It's Anthony Lima for Van Scoy Hair and
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All right, so it has been my contention that
your position
that national basketball pundits have been higher on the Cavs than many here locally. We're going to put that to the test.
Justin's high on nobody.
We go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We welcome in Justin Termine, one half of the host of the NBA Today on Sirius XM. Justin joins us right now. How do you feel about the Cavs? Because there are a lot of mixed emotions right here in Northeast Ohio, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, when they initially made the Harden trade, I thought it was a huge upgrade and that they were the favorites in the Eastern Conference. Maybe I've trended a little bit towards the Celtics here with how Tatum has looked over the last month because, he won a Player of the Week just 3 weeks after returning. He almost looks like the same Jason Tatum we've seen the last several years. So maybe I would nudge the Celtics ahead of Cleveland, but it's all really close. I think what sets up right now for the Cavs really well is that seeding. They're at the 4 spot, so I think their road might be a little bit easier as of right now, going through Atlanta, then probably Detroit in the second round with them being banged up and lacking the experience. So I think they're in the right side of the bracket, even if they're not the best team.
All right, so to regroup.
I'm surprised here.
And again, to let everybody know on this station.
This is surprising.
We just had a national guy on who's known for being a hater, known to be wanting to get under our skin.
He can be a major league bastard, Justin can be.
Yes, he's cynical. He just came on the airwaves in Northeast Ohio and said he's bullish on the Cavs and they're doing the smart thing by creating the easiest road possible. All right, our work here is done.
I really thought you were going to kill us. I really did.
Kill you for what? For trying to stay in the 4 slot? I mean, who would you rather face in the second round, Detroit or the Celtics or / Knicks? I'd rather face Detroit.
This is a bizarre world.
Do you want to go on in the afternoon instead, Justin? I feel like we're wasting our time here, and you should just go on our afternoon show.
He's just agreeing with us
because we have hosts here at the station, and it's not just, I don't want to single out Nick. It is many more than just Nick. There's so many people who are saying the Cavs are acting cowardly. They are offending the basketball gods. Donovan Mitchell even used the term basketball gods when his coach had referenced, perhaps creating the best runway for them to make a postseason run. And just, they haven't been healthy, but nobody wants to use that as an excuse. They're saying that is an excuse if you use that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to be healthy. I mean, you look at like the Western Conference right now. I was talking about this on the show yesterday. Oklahoma City hasn't been healthy all season long. Now, unfortunately, for those that don't want to see them go back-to-back, they're the healthiest team in the entire Western Conference, right? Because Denver's dealing with Peyton Watson. San Antonio's dealing right now with Wembanyama with the rib. The Lakers are a disaster. Fred VanVleet and, Steven Adams out for Houston. Minnesota without Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels. And all of a sudden, Oklahoma City's the healthiest team in the NBA. So, yes, it's also about being healthy at the right time.
Justin Termine joining us on the show. He's one half of the NBA Today with Eddie Johnson, who is one of the top 5 players in Illinois basketball history. How big of a challenge? How big of a challenge is this going to be? This postseason run going to be to Evan Mobley? They've already moved on from Darius Garland. I think that Evan, who has still statistically had a very nice second half of the year, I think he finds himself in the crosshairs a little bit with this fan base of whether or not he's going to rise up to some of the expectations that guys like me, guys like Tone, people like the Cavs have set for him.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of years ago, if I recall correctly, he was pretty good in that Celtics series and started to take a little bit of a jump. This was 2 years ago, the year that they won the title. But, I mean, is some of the pressure maybe taken off of him because he's, the third cog now? Are people going to blame Mitchell and James Harden a little bit more? Because I feel like there's probably a better opportunity that James Harden, completely disappears for a game or two than Evan Mobley, who might just be kind of, average throughout the course of an entire series.
Well, I want to talk a little more about Harden here because fans in Cleveland who were not happy about that trade, sending away a beloved prospect, that became someone they drafted early in the first round and then was 2-time All-Star in Darius Garland, was beloved by a lot of people here in Cleveland. They hated the thought of bringing in James Harden, 10 years older, and all the playoff narratives. But now they've seen him play, and then they've heard people like me remind them that actually James Harden, his resume in the playoffs is nowhere near as bad as people and the hot take artists have made it seem. He's actually had monster playoff games. In fact, last year saved the Clippers season with a big Game 6, only to have a no-show in Game 7.
Yeah, well, exactly. So I think that the pundits haven't made too much of it. The struggles, I just don't think they've made enough of maybe the great games that he's played. So he's got a wide swath of that, right, where he's had amazing games, which Darius Garland, by the way, has never had in the postseason. But then he also has games on his resume that anybody that's talked about within the breadth of James Harden should never have. I mean, I know I've popped on the air after games like Game 7 last year, Game 7 when he was with Philadelphia against the Celtics a couple of years ago, with Houston going up against San Antonio, where there's been like conversation. Did he suffer a concussion? Is he intoxicated? Like, that's how bad it's been with James Harden at times in huge games. So the people that want to rip him have the right to rip him because he has had some historical no-shows, but you also have to give him credit for showing up at times. And that's something I really don't even think we've seen from Darius Garland. I mean, is there one memorable playoff game for the people of Cleveland for Darius Garland? I can't think of one.
Justin Termine joining us on the show. No, I can't think of one myself. Hey, what's the identity of the Cavs?
I don't know. What do you think it is?
I'm asking you. I want to know what you think the identity of the Cavs is.
I don't know. Maybe the reputation around the league is kind of soft, even though you've had big guys there forever. Like you can push them around a little bit. I mean, is that fair? As good as Jared Allen is, as tall as he is, the same thing with Evan Mobley. Is anybody like intimidated to bang with them? I don't necessarily feel like that is the case. I feel like you can kind of push them around a little bit is maybe the reputation. Is that fair?
Well, the reason I asked the question, Justin, is because there's a lot of fans, they just don't seem to be thrilled about the Cavaliers going into the postseason. I mean, they're a 50-win team, and it's we've been met with a lot of cynicism here. And I always look for reasons why. History, labeling them, quote-unquote, soft, looking for an identity, anything to figure out how a team in Cleveland, which is a good basketball town, a good sports town, why they wouldn't be very supportive of a basketball team getting ready for a postseason run.
Well, first of all, it is a good sports town because I've told you this before. I've traveled to like all these finals over the years, even here in Boston where I'm located. I think that my favorite host city was Cleveland in regards to the atmosphere outside the building. In the building, I was a little bit too loud with the sound system. But outside of that, like the atmospheres, they're great. I love it as a sports city. But once you win 50 games multiple times and you can't get over the hump, there should be cynicism. It's like, oh, same old thing. This team is a regular season team. They can't compete when it counts. So, yeah, I would say that people probably aren't going to lose that cynicism until you get to at least the conference finals with this team, and then maybe they could start to enjoy it.
All right, so you like Cleveland, Ohio. What do you think of Memphis, Tennessee?
Well, I like it. I'm not like a huge fan, but I like it a lot better than LeBron. So LeBron doesn't seem to like it very much.
Why is he saying all these things about Memphis? I know he holds a very high position with the players. Is this a start to make the offer to move that team to Nashville?
I mean, there's probably always some ulterior motive with LeBron when he's saying something, so perhaps that's the case. But, with LeBron, it goes in one ear and out the other ear. So I almost have a filter where I don't even, take anything he says seriously. And his explanation and trying to recover it from it was stupid. All I said was I don't like the hotel. And it's not my favorite city to play in. Okay, there's a lot of places I don't like in the NBA in regards to cities. I don't tell them they have to move their team, buddy. And then he's like trying to cover up for it. Well, how did the people in Akron feel about him taking a shot at Akron and Rich Paul taking a shot at Akron just to try and save his hide from not taking so much criticism about Memphis? Did people in the area get upset, or did they?
They didn't seem to really be bothered by it. They didn't seem to be bothered by it. I didn't understand why.
I think there's a lot of people in Akron that there's nothing LeBron could do at this point.
That's a good point. He's done a lot there.
That they could sour on him. So we just had a 156-137 tank-off palooza, Utah and New Orleans, although New Orleans doesn't have the pick or whatever. But you're seeing some insanity here over the last month of the season, and everybody has a think piece about how the NBA will never recover from this, and yet They're talking about expansion. Justin, I think there's plenty of talent to warrant expansion, but does it make sense?
No, I don't think there's enough talent to warrant it because I like when you condense it. If it was up to me, now I wouldn't take away all these jobs from different broadcasters, people I know, all that type of stuff. I wouldn't ripping the teams from cities because I know there's passionate fans in every city. I'd go back to when I was growing up, it's 22 teams, and you have Hall of Famers coming off the bench for the Lakers and the Celtics. The more condensed the talent, the better the games would be. The fewer the teams.
I don't count. I got to tell you, I don't count a lot of those championships. The 22 teams, come on, that's not a real league.
Here we go.
Yeah, 22 teams in the 1980s is not a real league.
That's not a real league. There's a reason those games were in tape delay. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, they weren't on tape delay starting in 1984, where in the greatest finals ever played, even greater than the 2016 NBA Finals. But either way, that's one reason. And then the other one is because you have great rivalries. Well, if you have 32 teams, there's less likelihood that we're going to see these teams meeting multiple times in the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, you don't have those great rivalries like I don't know, Boston, Philadelphia, New York, Philadelphia. You never see that.
But Justin, what if? Okay, so there's absolutely truth to what you're saying. When it comes to watering down the league, if there's all these tanking teams now, what's it going to be like? But what if it also simultaneously solves one of the biggest issues, which is you go to 32 teams, but you reduce the schedule down to what do they want? 62, 64 games.
Well, I don't think that's one of the biggest issues. I want to stick with 82 games because I am one of the main people that is fighting against this. In fact, it's the highest thing on my soapbox because you have all these – one of the more fun things at the outset of the season was, Oklahoma City's 24-1. Are they going to be able to catch the 96 Bulls, the 2016 Warriors for 73, 74 wins? So you have those type of records. Then you have the type of records like, LeBron, the all-time scoring record. I'm sure he wants to cut down to 62 games because then nobody will have a chance in hell of ever catching him. So you have too many records at stake that you ruin because you're cutting down the schedule. My suggestion here is twofold. It's one, if guys today can't handle the pace, then change the pace of the game and change the rules to make the schedule more sustainable. And then secondly is just grow a pair and toughen up because you're supposed to be far better athletes because I'm told human evolution. So you're supposed to be a much better athlete than Elgin Baylor and Jerry West, who didn't seem to have a problem getting through, about 80 games a season.
At Termine Radio, that's how it's pronounced, but it's spelled Termine. Justin, thank you so much for the time. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks. Farewell.
You're welcome. Well, you came on our show, so thank you. He was on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We have a team to give away for the fan mock draft coming up here in moments. That's at 9:01. Also at 9:20. I know we're in the middle of the offseason here. We're not in the doldrums yet, but there's a head coach that has some explaining to do in the NFL. And should the Guardians take a page out of the Pirates book? Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on that free Odyssey app.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Caller 5, 216-474-0092. Caller 5. You're going to get a team. One of the 32 NFL picks. You'll be a GM at our 2026 Fan Mock Draft. It's April 16th, a game on. That's next Thursday. It's located on Lorraine Road in fabulous North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light gear and a buffet dinner, which is absolutely free at the event. Now, you got to be 21 and older only, though. Okay? Got to be 21 or older. You're 67 years old, you're good. If you're 21 on April 17th, sorry, can't help you out. Ain't going to work. I don't know if the thing's going to last until midnight. I'm not sure of that. I wouldn't test it. But if you're 21 already, go ahead and make that call. 216-474-0092. Caller 5, you're going to be getting that team, and then we'll go on with some interesting conversation about your Cleveland Guardians here in just a moment here as we get ourselves a team. And we have ourselves a team, ladies and gentlemen. Dale in Richmond Heights. He's our big winner. Dale, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Dale, Lima has the bowl.
I do.
Lima, are you ready to give Dale his team?
About to pull it, Dale. You excited?
Oh, Dale's.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he's excited. You can tell.
All right, here we go, Dale. I have in my hand your team. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, at number 4 overall, you have the former home of Mike Vrabel, who's been in the news, the Tennessee Titans, which means with the Browns just 2 selections behind, could Dale be a wheelin' and a dealin'?
Thank you so much.
You know what? You just reminded me. Dale, thank you very much for the call.
Think about the reporters you might have access to that you could have conversations
9:20. 9:20. I said, I do. Have we already given away New England?
That's 2 hours away from Lorraine Road.
Somebody is going to have to put some rules out there next Thursday for whoever has New England in this pick. Okay? After what transpired, that's all I'm going to say about that right now. 9:22. There's another football coach out there that has some explaining to do. You guys have been asking.
Patriots have already been given away.
We're going to be doing it. Okay, well, whoever has the Patriots, you got to keep your eye on them. Who the hell knows? Is Daryl still the commissioner?
I believe so.
Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm going to have to lean on Daryl to not approve some of the. Who knows what the hell that person's going to do? That's coming up next Thursday. Game on fabulous North Olmsted. It's a great time. Even if you don't get a team, get out there. It's a lot of fun, man. It really is a blast. I'll have to put the picture out showing everybody because every time we put the picture out, the internet goes crazy and calls Browns fans every name in the book. And it's like, guys, it's fun. People are drinking beers, having a good time. Really is a lot of fun. So if you don't get a team, get on out there next Thursday. Game on North Olmsted, fabulous North Olmsted for the 92.3 The Fan mock draft. So can I ask you a question real quick? I put you in a bad spot. Just think about it like this. Connor Griffin just signed a 9-year, $140 million extension with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Chase Delotter right now, 9 years, $140. What do you say? You in or you out?
Yeah, I said no at first last time because I misheard the numbers. That you said equates to $15 million a year. And for somebody like Delotter, if he could stay healthy, how many home runs are we thinking he's going to hit per year based on the swing we've seen, based on all the talent we've always known about?
Yeah.
And people have gushed over. I think that would be a steal. Right?
9 years of 140.
What I got nervous about is when
Injuries.
I thought it was a massive contract, something that was like 25,
when
30.
You're 9
like,
years
you can't do that.
When you hear 9 years in triple digits, I mean, you tend to think it's a massive contract because 9 years is usually a very, very, very big contract. 9 years of 140. See, what I like about it, one, is that it's a serious investment for the Pirates. A serious investment. We've made a couple of serious investments in Jose Ramirez. Where's the serious investment with everybody else? I think that if Chase Delotter were to do a contract of 9 years, 140, somewhere in there, 8 years, 100, well, who knows? If you were to do that, one, I would think that that's a huge, huge bump for people buying his jersey, people wanting to see him, people being excited about him being the future of the franchise. 2, I think it would be a big bump for the Dolans. 3, I think it would be a big bump for David Blitzer, who is eventually going to take over this baseball team within the next couple of years. And if they do, this is a serious investment in your baseball team.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people are looking at it right now where the Pirates have team control over Paul Skeens, and then you just signed Connor Griffin. Going, wait a minute, this ain't the same Pirates we've been making fun of here as cheap asses for the last 20 plus years. Maybe it is, but they're getting in on the ground floor of the Connor Griffin business. Why not get in on the ground floor of the Chase Delotter business? The thing that scares you though is obviously the injuries.
Right, which is why he might actually be willing to sign a way below market value deal. I know it's tough to establish market value for somebody who's only played 5 games in his professional 7 if you count the break.
Because the longer you go, how many games has Connor Griffin played?
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think it's 14 for him, is it?
He hasn't played the whole season. He started the year in Indianapolis.
He didn't get any games last year?
I don't believe
I don't think
so. I think that was
was it only 14 at bats? Is that what I was looking at? Not games, 14 at bats?
I went to look for his stats earlier.
Okay.
And it only has minor league.
How insane, by the way, is baseball set up that this is what teams have to do? That teams like Pittsburgh and Cleveland have to sign guys to huge extensions down the road because the economics of baseball, I mean, this is what we're going to get a work stoppage over.
Let me tell you this. Well, but that's the whole thing. If you're chasing Delotter.
Imagine having to do this with football players in the NFL. Like, you've played 2 games, 6-year extension. It's insane.
I am getting a couple of things. Dennis says he wouldn't sign that on social media. Menace Dennis 22.
If he were Chase or if he were the Guardians?
If he were Chase. Social media reactions are brought to you by
Diamond Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Speaking of social media reactions, I have to apologize for something out there that happened yesterday at 9:40 this morning. I have to pull a Tom Brenneman here. But Menace Dennis 22 says he wouldn't sign that LOL. I'm going, why wouldn't you sign it? Because that's exactly what I'm pointing out. If you do have a work stoppage, save a work stoppage and fans get what they want. They get a salary cap and a salary floor. You're protected, $15 million. That's it. That's a signed deal. So now the Guardians have to make it do with whatever the cap is. They got to make it fit within your contract. So you're getting 9 years, 140. That's $140 million after taxes. I mean, you're still laughing.
I do wonder if they instituted a floor. If I'm a part of that CBA, I would want, and part of this, I get the option to rip up my existing contract because the teams are going to have, all of a sudden, every team in the bigs is going to start spending at least, if you're 50 below the cap, 50, 60, 70 below the floor, like now all these teams have to spend money, and I just signed a 10-year deal. I'd be like, can I get out of this?
Because you saw it with Bobby Witt, where he signed a huge long deal. That was like 11 years at some. I remember Owen had the numbers off the top of his head the other day. Connor Griffin's only 19. Delotter's 24.
Yes.
So you're looking at a power. You're looking at a power hitter.
It's a great point.
So if he's able to stay healthy, you're eventually making him a DH. So you're looking at a power hitter that contract's up at 33. So you could trade him, which would make that an easily tradable contract if you wanted to, which God forbid. I mean, I'm talking 7 years down the line. If you really wanted to, fine. If you wanted to extend him, you could always extend him, say he stays healthy. Because, I mean, that's the thing about injuries. There's guys, Zdrunas Ilgauskas had serious foot injuries and then was relatively healthy his entire career.
Yeah, Bobby Witt's was 11 years, $288 million, which is significantly more than what Connor Griffin just signed.
24 years old, it's like, man, if they offered you 140 for 9 years, you got to take that, right? You're still set up. You're still great.
Well, he knows his body, too. And think about how frustrated Delotter has probably been about not being able to get started earlier.
Doesn't it change the dynamics in the clubhouse with him, though?
You brought this up. That's why I wanted to bring this back.
He becomes the second highest paid player on the roster now. And I do wonder about how much I think it.
Well, you know who you think of right off the top of your head when you think of
I just worry about it being like, well, you went from being hey, here's the fun-loving rook who's hitting a bunch of home runs to hey, you got to step up, kid. It's the amount of pressure that's put on him at that point.
Yeah,
when you need him to be loose.
Well, that's also that in the fan base too, because you can't guarantee
the amount
that
of pressure put on. I mean, there's already enough pressure put on you when everybody in the stadium is singing your walk-up song. It's a good pressure, right?
Exactly. It's fun. It's exciting. When you finish, when that ink dries,
just wait until he goes through a slump and Country Roads comes on and people are not doing the same thing that they were doing.
Because if they signed him to 9 years, 140. I'm just using the Connor Griffin contract. If you sign Chase Delotter to 9 years, 140, immediately we're playing Guardians music. We can't play. We're talking baseball anymore. Thanks a very lot. But we're all excited. And then their expectations come out because, one, we don't know what's going to happen during this next winter. The biggest thing is that just because they open it up for Chase Delotter doesn't mean they're going to open up the purse strings for everybody else. So now there's more pressure on him to perform because now, God forbid if he got hurt or he just ended up being a flash in the pan and wasn't very good.
If you're Stephen Kwan and they give Chase Delotter
That's
money,
the name I was thinking of. I thought you were going to say his name. I wrote it down.
I mean, you might as well just say, hey, my forwarding address is this. Let me know when things get done.
I'm not trying to dump on Stephen Kwan. I know what I said about him last summer and how I wanted to pay the guy, but
I still want to pay him. I would pay him 9 years, 140 right now.
I mean, we're talking over 30 home runs this year for Chase Delotter. Boppers get paid in Major League Baseball. Yeah. That's the way it goes. Okay,
they get paid a lot more than $15 million a year.
Yes,
too.
Stephen Kwan is a tremendous ball player. And if people believe that you were capable of hitting the amount of home runs that people believe Chase Delotter was capable of hitting home runs, you would have been signed a long time ago. It's just that's not how it goes. So it sucks, but it is the truth of the matter. I have a lot of respect for Stephen Kwan, but this has been a public thing here for the last 3 years.
I also don't think that this kid sees anywhere near the end of this deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, this has become a thing where if he works out, they go, now we'll give you the contract. You get the kid in the contract, and he's going to want something renegotiated if he gets traded.
Yeah, that's true.
And they get to haul back, and it's something that the Pirates have done traditionally forever is they get players, they get good, and then they ship them off, and they get more picks, and those players get good, and they ship them off.
I mean, you're looking at this. He's 19. You're thinking in like 5-6 years. You're 25, 26 years old. I mean, that's still – I mean, if he actually comes to fruition, you're looking at a massive contract for Connor Griffin in 5 to 6 years. Or if you're the Pirates, because you are a small market team, say the financials stay the way they are, you could always just trade him. And so I think that's ways we think of outs with these ball clubs. It might be a little bit too early for people, but man, you think of the excitement you would have. You would just be nervous that he would come. I think he's going to be able to hit well. I think you're just wondering if Humpty Dumpty's going to be able to be put back together again if he gets injured.
Well, that's the thing. The minute Travis Hafner signed that contract extension in 2007, yeah.
Yes. Because you know that's something that you could see that, God, if something terrible were to happen, then we're sitting here in 2031 going, well, we're paying $15 million to a guy that can't, God forbid. God forbid. But a lot of us are big Chase Delotter fans. I'd sign him to it right now. Ain't my money, but that's an easy thing to say, but I think it'd be worth the investment. 216-474-0092. All right, it's only voluntary workouts, but there's an NFL coach from here that has some explaining to do after a story that popped out last night. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. We're going to be getting some interesting views coming up next on The Fan.
Funk in 12:15, live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, you've been asking us all morning. Fine, we'll talk about it. I saw what page 6 had. Actually, I was laying down. I wanted to get to bed early. There was no Guardians last night. I watched Guardians during the day, and then all of a sudden my phone started buzzing. I'm going, you get one buzz, and you go, okay, I'll just ignore it until the morning. And then my phone just started going nuts, and I go, okay, fine, what is it? And then I saw, and I went, oh, boy. So, do you want to give your opinion of this first, or do you want me to give my opinion of this? What do you want to do?
First of all, we have to put the disclaimer out there. If what is being speculated is accurate, terrible for the families involved. Now that's out of the way. This is a spicy meatball of a story. Holy cow. I mean, this is one of the, you can't say up and coming. Diana, and she's been on the show. She's been on the station. She's been as plugged in as it gets.
People have been waiting all morning for us to talk about this.
To have somebody this dialed in and to have those photos, I mean, that is salacious. One of the 32 NFL head coaches who just happened to be in the Super Bowl this past year and is one of the more influential dudes involved in the sport. I mean, he was a guy that we brought in as a consultant. Before you know it, he was the offensive line coach and helping out with like everything. Day to day when he was only supposed to be like a guy doing this once a week and everything, and then immediately gets the head coaching job and takes a team to a Super Bowl.
So to explain this, page 6 came out with a story yesterday. It was Diana. There was photographs of Diana Rossini from The Athletic and head coach Mike Vrabel from the New England Patriots, and they're holding hands in an embrace as well. And the third photo I saw was them at a pool, lounging in the pool next to each other, which a lot of people are jumping to conclusions. Now, I can't responsibly jump to those conclusions, but it's not a good look. I got to tell you. I think that Mrs. Carman would have several questions of me that I'd have to go and explain, and hopefully those things are explainable. Let me point that out. If, though true, a lot of people are wondering, what is the breach of etiquette, breach of ethics, those sort of things. Yeah, it is. I mean, if what's being alleged is true, that is unethical. I mean, you're talking about a sin here, not good. But at the same time, I thought about it, and this is 1,000 miles away from that. But this is what makes it difficult. Like, I'm not a journalist, and I always say, I'm not a journalist. Well, that doesn't give me carte blanche to be a goofball, okay, and do all that. But what I point out is that, I do get called out, and I'm not a journalist, but I do get called out a time or two or once a day that, hey, well, you're buddies with Kevin, or you're buddies with other coaches, you're buddies with these guys. I'm like, yeah, I come out and I say it. And so you can, when I'm making an argument, it can paint it whatever way. If you're a person who thinks that Kevin Stefanski's the biggest goofball that's ever been on the sidelines with the Cleveland Browns, you're going to sit there and go, yeah, but Kenny, you're buddies with him, and then you're just defending your friend who I think is a clown. But I'm open and honest about it. But when you're calling it down the line, and we're out there, we're having good times with each other,
immediately
where do you draw the line? Because I see Jay Glazer boozing with everybody at the league meetings. I'm
absolutely.
Going, well, that's pretty damn friendly. Where do you do it?
Right. So obviously there are a lot of ethical questions here involved, and there's no doubt to get to the top of these professions, there has been some level of quid pro quo. And I'm not talking just these kind of situations. I'm talking about, how does Adam Schefter get to where he is? Did he help out some agents along the way? Did he help out some coaches if he could, or players? So there is a little bit of you scratch your back, I scratch mine.
That's another turn to it. Go ahead.
But the question I have is, do you think either of their careers are in jeopardy over something like this? Now, Vrabel, you'd say no chance because they just went to the Super Bowl. But if he were like Aaron Glenn, or in a situation where he's on the hot seat going into a season, could this be used as grounds for dismissal?
Like everything else, it's based on how, this is America, guys. Let's not be silly. It's based on how successful you are, how forgiving we are as a populace. If Mike Vrabel is, if what alleged by a lot of folks out there seems to be the real story, say that they did find out that this is like a Coldplay situation here, then yeah, there could be serious ramifications, except that you're coming off a Super Bowl appearance. We tend to be more forgiving. If they were coming off 1-16, there's a tendency to not be so forgiving.
Just to add, there are quotes. Okay, both have responded, and these are legitimate.
I don't know if these are.
They are. Okay. I'm on the story right now on Fox News. Says according to Vrabel telling the Post. So it's actually the Post has the statement. These photos show completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response, which of course he will. He will be asked for more of a response. On the Rossini side of things, according to, is it her editor at the, no, this is Rossini, says the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who are hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues. And The Athletic also has a statement from their executive editor, says the photos are misleading and lack essential context.
Well, I'm telling you what, if there's other photos that are there and this is led to be misleading, I think there's probably a lawsuit on somebody's hands over there because it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, and it leads a lot of people to think some pretty unsavory things, especially because there is football coaches are known, professional football coaches have been caught red-handed before and do not have the best reputation. And I know the story that what was thrown out there that had to be recanted about Scott McCloughan and all that other crap. So this is some bad stuff. If this has been doctored, this is some really, really bad stuff here.
And you go back and think immediately, even if this is the most innocent of embraces, and this is just professionals, in the same hobnobbing and doing what professionals do that are all kind of around the same career, you have to now start to think about the flow of information and the things that Diana Rossini has reported on. And even if everything has been by the book and their families are totally cool with everything, you start to say, hey, was she, because of her friendship with Mike Vrabel, pretty clearly there's a friendship there at its best, right?
Yeah.
This looks like a friendship.
I don't hold hands with strangers.
Yeah. She was the Titans beat reporter for ESPN in 2018 when he was hired as the
important to
Titans
note that. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's not like they were in the same city together.
So you have to start to think about the lens of which all the flow of information has come and what can be trusted and what can be manipulating. There are in real world and people in high up positions. I'm just going to throw out a name of somebody who was in the movie biz who is known for this. But your ability to manipulate news and reporting. And that's what a lot of these individuals do attempt to do if it gives them an edge. You got to think about that stuff too. So whenever stuff comes in from any of the guys that break news or any of those guys that are in that realm, and you can judge each one of them individually by their body of work, which I feel like we have a discerning eye on that stuff so we know who we can trust and who we can't. You always got to remember that there is a balance here. Like, there is a reason information gets out from time to time. So you should always understand that when you're hearing that stuff.
And we've known, the agent thing and everything, the scratching of, how did you put it? The scratching of backs there with the agent thing for quite a while. Boy, if this is not real, it's a bad day it's a real bad day for Page Six. And it's really a bad day for what we do because then everything is brought into question. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. I mean, it's the ultimate. What has led people to believe could possibly be one of the ultimate betrayal. I mean, it's terrible. So it's very, very unsavory. Hope it's not true. Certainly hope it's not true. But is that where you're going to leave it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I want to know how it reverberates from here. Diana Rossini's so personable. She goes on all these shows and jokes about her marriage and her parents, and she's funny. She's got a great personality. Maybe you'd say, well, that is somebody who can recover from this, somebody who can kind of have fun with this. But, you got families at stake, and imagine kids and spouses having to deal with this.
Yeah, but let's be honest. There's also times in our lives that we think always. You've taught me, because you have a much better. Let's be serious. You have a much better understanding of this stuff than I do when it comes to judging people. You are a much more cynical judge of character than I am, to the point where I've been flat out fooled by people in our lives. You know that. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but I've been flat out fooled by people that did not have my best interest, and it was you who have taught me to stay away from certain people that might not be who they crack themselves up to be. So knowing you and knowing how you've lived your life and knowing how Owen's lived his life, and I trust you guys, there's a lot of things where it's like, I don't know if this person passes the test. I don't know if this person passes the test. To the point where I always think, I've told you before on the show, like them YouTube families and stuff like that, I'm always going, what's that dad up to? I want to see his DMs. I want to see that. I want to see them DMs. Boy, you talk about how great of a husband and father you are. When you're always starting your conversation with how great of a husband and father you are, I'm always wondering.
Oh, yeah.
I think you've always taught me that. So
I think, some relationships can be spiced up by an appropriate amount of scandal. I think there's a balance there.
Usually you wait until you're married for a while, don't you? Like, never says never, but like people have asked me some things. I go, well, I've been married for 14 years. When Miss Liz and I get to 20, who knows what we'll be interested in.
All bets are off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Reckless speculation.
Right now, all the furniture in my bedroom.
Sitting in the room with you.
All the furniture in my bedroom is all the normal furniture you would find in any bedroom. But you know what? Maybe for our 20th anniversary, swings get involved. I don't know. We don't know.
Reckless speculation.
Who's to say? Maybe I will have a safe word someday, Owen.
There's a whole installation process. You got to be handy.
Maybe I've always dreamed if I would have a safe word someday. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just haven't had the cojones to tell my wife yet. I don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know.
Start hearing these.
Hit it one more just for
minute reads.
Just so I can be.
Reckless speculation.
When you think about it.
Different companies.
As the kids advance through and leave the house to go away to college and maybe beyond, that opens up a bedroom.
Yeah.
You think about that stuff and what can be done in there.
Axel says, it ain't working out. I'm moving home. I go, you ain't moving back home to your room.
Not that
I
room.
have specified that room for something else.
Why is there a key code on that room?
That's your mother and I's room. That's our special room, son.
Why does the light look weird from the outside in that room? What's going on in there?
He had his first class about that last week.
Yeah.
Swings?
It's 9:30. He's at school, and he brought it up, and I couldn't help myself. I looked him dead in the eye and I go, "How do you think you're here?" And we moved on. We moved on after that. He got the gist. I don't know how I'm going to tell Eli and Jonah. It's always different from everybody else. Anyway, Justin Termine says it is not. What a transition! Justin Termine says it is not cowardly to try to find your opponent for the NBA playoffs.
I think what sets up right now for the Cavs really well is that seeding. They're at the 4 spot, so I think their road might be a little bit easier as of right now, going through Atlanta, then probably Detroit in the second round, with them being banged up and lacking the experience. So I think they're in the right side of the bracket, even if they're not the best.
I hear what Justin Termine says right there. It makes me feel better. This is just, it's so bizarre. I'm glad we had a national perspective on, because you're right. Jason said he felt it was a little bit cowardly, Jason Lloyd, and he brought up what Donovan said and the basketball gods, and he kind of agreed with Nick on it, where Justin doesn't agree with him and doesn't agree with a lot of fans, because he's saying, no, he doesn't think it's cowardly. He thinks it's good business for the Cavaliers. I think that if you had a very young basketball team, if this was the earlier version of the Cavs, Anthony, I'll finish it up real quick with this. If you had an earlier version of the Cavs, maybe it would feel differently. With this version of the Cavs, with a veteran, it's like, hey, we got to be honest with each other here. We haven't played with each other a whole lot. It's easier to have a ramp up in the postseason if we have to do the postseason together.
I think it is, again, further evidence that national people that continue to come on our airwaves, they are all more bullish than people locally, and that shows you the difference of emotion, how emotion enters it. Because I can't really blame all the Cavs fans for being angry, because I was angry about all the early exits, whether you would want to say injuries or not. In previous years, like early exit after early exit means you're not going to buy a lot of equity with the fans. I totally get that. The national people are not using emotion, and they're coming in saying, yeah, this is great. The way this works out for the Cavs is great. They just need to be healthy. And if they're healthy, how are you guarding James Harden and Donovan Mitchell? And oh, by the way, has anybody noticed how Evan Mobley has played since the All-Star break? Some of the most efficient basketball of his career.
In 5 minutes, hopefully we'll be able to get to a fat guy with his pants down at a baseball game. And I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith, as there's a deep drive to left field by Castellanos. It'll be a home run, and so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. Folks, Ken Carman. I know they won the national championship. That's great. Michigan can pretend to be something they're not. If they want to say they're a basketball school, go right on ahead.
It's funny because I'm talking to
I'm not a Michigan fan.
He's not a 24/7 Michigan fan, but if you've heard the show over the years.
I'm not a Michigan fan. I've never been. And anybody who's fooled by you saying I'm a Michigan fan, I think less of you if you are actually fooled by this man to think I'm a Michigan fan. I'm just telling the truth. So if I think I'm right, I'll deal with all the cuss-out tweets I can handle. I don't care. Like the Dodgers thing that Owen and I went on last week, I don't care. Lonnie Chisenhall, what's the matter, Owen?
I don't have anything with the Dodgers at all. I think it's great that they have Shohei Ohtani still playing baseball.
True. But we were getting held.
I'm glad his translator is getting his just due.
We were getting nasty things said about us from Dodgers fans about Ohtani. I'm like, yeah, I don't care about them. That doesn't bother me. I know where I stand. When it came to Lonnie Chisenhall, I know what I saw. And now it's kind of become fun. I'm getting a lot of jokes with it, so it's kind of turned the other way. That's fine. When I think I've stepped out of line, I'll apologize. That one, for Michigan fans or anybody who has common sense, I'm going to claim I got trapped by the person to my right, and I might have walked into a trap, and I wasn't thinking clearly, and I said what I said, and it wasn't correct. When you win a national championship, it's a bigger deal than not winning a national championship. Ohio State football certainly had a better year than Michigan football. I do believe Michigan fancies itself a football school, but that's where I will leave it. The people who are Michigan fans or the people who just went, Kenny, that's crazy. You guys are right. I was wrong. Shouldn't have said it. Was wrong to say it. I rarely do it. I'm willing to do it when I get it wrong. I got it wrong. That was a silly thing to say. And I got cussed out all over the internet for it yesterday, and I had it coming to me, and I dealt with it. I took it, and that's the way it goes, and I hope we all move on.
Again,
congratulations to Michigan basketball and Dusty May for winning a national championship.
There would be others at this station who would chastise you for being a flip-flopper. I won't do that because
I got it coming to me. I
think we're allowed to be honest, and we're allowed to think things out. We don't have to be beholden to something that flies out of our mouth, out of nowhere. It's not like you planned to talk about that yesterday.
I did not.
I kind of, just in conversation, kind of put you on the spot about that. And
then you led me to a play when I didn't get nasty texts from Keith, who is a Michigan season ticket holder, football fan, by the way. I knew I stepped in it.
Well,
I knew it because I knew he was going. Oh, I got him now.
I want to know from Michigan fans, and I'd ask the same thing out of Ohio State fans because we know what the rules are. Both are big time football 24.
It's a hell of an accomplishment. What I said yesterday was something I did not mean. I was caught in the heat of the moment in an argument. I apologize. Congratulations on your victory.
Also, one more thing.
I am sorry.
I did hear the afternoon show debating all these people out there, supposedly Buckeye fans, who said Michigan bought their basketball championship. I have not heard an actual person say that. In fact, I've heard the opposite. I've heard all Buckeye fans say, why can't we do this in basketball too? So where did this straw man come from that Nick kept referencing? All these Ohio State fans who are saying Michigan bought a championship. I literally I feel like hundreds of fellow Buckeye fans that I
didn't feel that way about Michigan basketball or Ohio State football.
I got to say, that kind of seems completely made up.
It's the Wild West. So spend all the money you can.
Hey,
I don't
look,
care.
I've been in radio a long time. Have I created a straw man to knock it down? It's probably happened.
Clearly. I'm sure you have.
It's
we
probably
all have
happened
at some point.
I got to say, Nick,
accident.
I have not seen that. If anything, it's been the opposite. I've seen Ohio State fans say, can we buy our championship too?
I got to ask you something. There was a foul ball that was hit in a Rays-Cubs game. As a fat person, this is why this is germane. I got called fat by a lot of Michigan fans yesterday.
That's true.
I don't want the secret to be out, guys. I don't want anybody to know I'm fat.
Well, they added other adjectives and adverbs in there to describe you.
Can't say the rest of them. But there, at the Rays-Cubs game, there was a foul ball that was hit, and I don't understand how this fat person immediately loses their pants while trying to go for a foul ball. They fall all over themselves, and immediately they are Winnie the Pooh'd right there in their seat. There's no one sitting around, and it's just bare ass everything. And I'm going, how do you not have trigger discipline on your pants when you're that large of an individual?
It almost seems that he has that whole row to himself, it looks like, which looks like really comfy seats, almost like first row courtside seats at a basketball game.
Yeah.
It almost seems like he's in it for the cheap thrill. that it's almost organized so that if anything happens in his area, that those pants
Reckless
can come
speculation.
right down. It almost like a movie gag where
it is like a movie, and it looks from the back. It looks like where it's 2003 and Viva La Bam's playing. That looks like Don Vito. I mean, you couldn't convince. If you would have told me that Don Vito was out there doing another thing for Viva La Bam, I would totally believe it.
Like, if there was a prop guy right off camera pulling a string so that it can come out that very moment.
It is very Jackass Preston Lacey. Like, this looks like something that they would do. And the cop, you missed the cop in the background. I had to show you the cop. He throws up his hands like, whoa, I'm not serving or protecting that, buddy. You got to pick them drawers up. Like, how does your pants come down that quickly?
Here's the next thing. He's a really big guy.
He's a very large person.
Is anybody, because he's going to need help getting up, and they don't show that. Are you coming over to assist? Because you're going to walk over there, you're going to see everything.
You know what? It's my worst nightmare come to life. I think I'd have to.
Serve and protect. You signed the.
Oh, you're talking about the police officer.
I'm talking about
anybody.
Oh, he's talking about the fan.
Well,
yeah.
Some of you can do it if you want. Some people have an obligation to society.
Like he's a man in need.
You know how many times first responders get called out to houses and they have to do things of that sort because that person is wedged in a room that maybe they consume all of that room.
Air Monarchs looks like a Big Dogs t-shirt. Those are sweats. How does your sweats fall off? And that's commando, because you would see something else, wouldn't you? So he's commando.
Unless they were loose boxers too.
Oh boy.
They're also trapped in the sweats.
It has a glove on too.
Believable.
Missed the catch, had a glove on and everything, and the pants come down.
It doesn't seem believable, but then that would have to. Then the Cubs are in on it because the Cubs hit the foul ball.
How do you do it? How do you do this? If this is like a thing like the Rays did as a gag, it's the greatest acting I've ever seen. This person deserves to be in Hollywood. I hope you guys see it all over the internet. Because once you see it, you'll never be able to forget it.
I can't stop thinking about like just this guy getting dressed, probably doesn't look into a mirror, gets dressed, leaves the home, has his ticket, enters the gate. Seems like that could have happened at any moment.
You're not booing, but you clap.
Hey, sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
Oh, boy.